Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story, Failure Rate. The cafe was called Marin's. He came here 3 mornings a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, because routine was the architecture of a life lived without accident, and because the espresso was excellent, and because the corner table by the window had never in 4 years been taken before him at 7:15. It was taken on a Tuesday in October. He stood in the doorway with his coat still buttoned, mildly affronted, the way a man is affronted when the universe commits a minor clerical error. The woman at his table had not noticed him. She was reading an actual book, paperback, spine cracked and swollen with use, and she was laughing. Quietly, just a slight catch of breath, a press of lips against the back of her hand. The gesture was so private that watching it felt like an intrusion, and Daniel turned his attention to the counter, ordered his coffee, and took the only other free table, which was smaller and faced the wall. He did not look at her again. He was not by nature a man who looked. He was 42. He taught statistics at Harwick University, a northeastern institution of grey stone and alder stone, where the elms were already surrendering their leaves to the kind of dry Pacific cold that smells like chalk and iron. His office was on the 3rd floor of the mathematics building, spare and immaculate. A whiteboard covered in equations no one but his graduate students could read, colour-coded binders along one shelf, a single mug that said nothing on it at all. There was no personal photograph. There was no plant. There was a faint smell of dry erase marker and coffee gone cold that followed him home, sometimes, like a loyal and unremarkable dog. He taught a course called Failure Modelling, which sounded dramatic but was not. It was about how systems, bridges, supply chains, marriages, ecosystems unravel long before they collapse. The warning signs were always there, he told his students. The stress, fractures, the threshold crossed too late, the variable that should have been monitored but wasn't, because monitoring it would have required admitting that the system was not in fact as sound as it appeared. His students found the course unsettling in the way that all genuinely useful courses are unsettling. He found it comforting. He had loved before. Twice. Both times with the same careful attention he brought to everything. The long courtship, the gradual disclosure, the reasonable expectation that 2 intelligent adults could build something durable. Both times it had ended, and both times he had gone back afterward and documented why. Not out of self-pity, out of a sincere belief that the data would protect him next time, that if he understood the failure modes precisely enough, he could simply avoid them. He believed this. He believed it the way one believes in a well-designed bridge. Her name was Jenny Morales, and she was not, strictly speaking, his type, which is to say she did not conform to the silhouette he had drawn in his mind during his 20s and never quite erased. She was not beautiful in the way that made a room reorganize itself around someone. She was something less obvious, and, for that reason, more durable. Warm without performance, attentive without exposure. She had dark hair she wore loose and slightly careless, and a face that changed quickly, serious one moment, amused the next, as though her inner life moved faster than her expression could quite keep up. She came into his life sideways, which is how the important things always come, not through a grand event, through a book club. It met on Wednesday evenings in the back room of a bookshop on College Street, Undercurrent, which sold mostly used paperbacks and smelled like old glue and dust. Daniel had joined it 6 months earlier, not out of literary passion, but because his therapist had suggested he do something, her word, unstructured. He had pointed out that a book club had a schedule, a reading list, and predictable discussion prompts, and she had smiled the way therapists smile when they know they have won. Jenny was already a member when he arrived. She had, he learned later, been coming for 2 years. She said little during discussions, not from shyness, but from a quality he would come to recognise as genuine listening. She waited until she had something worth saying, and then she said it, and it was usually the thing that shifted the entire conversation without anyone being able to say exactly how. The night they first spoke alone, it was because the others had filtered out, coats retrieved, conversations trailing toward the door, and Jenny and Daniel were the last two still sitting with their wine in the mismatched chairs that lined the back wall. The book that month had been The Age of Innocence, and Daniel had been saying something about Newland Archer's paralysis, the way he loved Eleanor Lenska with such ferocity that he could not bring himself to act on it, when Jenny tilted her head and said, "He doesn't love her despite the paralysis. The paralysis is the love. It's the only form his love is allowed to take." Daniel had looked at her then, really looked, and felt something shift, very slightly, in the arrangement of his interior world, like a single equation resolving after months of being stuck. "That's," he started. "Depressing," she offered. "I was going to say precise," she smiled. It was not a large smile. It didn't ask for anything. They talked for another 40 minutes about the novel, and then about a Borges story she had read that week, and then about whether the bookshop's coffee was truly as bad as it tasted, or whether it was an acquired tolerance they were both simply refusing to acquire. When they parted, she said, "See you next Wednesday," in a tone that suggested this was a fact rather than a hope, and Daniel walked home through the October dark feeling. Not excitement exactly, recognition, the quiet click of a thing falling into place. They grew close the way certain rivers grow close to the sea, not in a rush, but through a steady, almost geological convergence. Presence before confession, ease before intimacy. On Thursdays, after his morning lecture, Daniel began walking along the river path instead of returning directly to his office. He told himself it was for exercise. This was not entirely untrue, but it was not the whole truth either. The whole truth was that Jenny sometimes walked there too. She lived in a small apartment above a hardware store on the east side of town, close to the water, and the chance of encountering her had become, without his quite noticing, the organising principle of his afternoons. When they did meet, it was without ceremony, a wave, a falling into step. They would walk together for 20 minutes or an hour, talking about nothing urgent, a film she'd seen, a problem he was working through, the particular quality of light on the water that day, which was sometimes silver and sometimes the colour of old pewter, and once, memorably, the exact shade of burnt honey. She remembered things, not in the aggressive way of someone cataloguing information for future leverage, but in the way of someone who was simply paying attention. She remembered that he took his coffee black, with no sugar, and that he rubbed his left thumb against his forefinger when he was thinking hard about something. She remembered that he disliked loud restaurants and that he had once, years ago, wanted to learn the piano and had never done it. She showed up, every time, not with grand gestures or declarations, but with a consistency that was, in its way, more remarkable than either. If he mentioned he was having a difficult week, she did not ask him to elaborate. She simply appeared at the cafe, on the river path, at the bookshop, and was there, and that was enough. He began to notice her body before he noticed that he was noticing it. The way her hands moved when she talked, open, unhurried, as though the air around her were something worth touching. The scent of her, which was faint and indefinite, like warm skin and something green, basil, maybe, or the particular dustiness of old books. The warmth of her when she stood close to him on the river path on a cold afternoon, not touching but near enough that he could feel the heat of her through his coat. A small and private furnace. His mind noted these things with the clinical detachment of a man who has spent decades studying systems, sensory input, autonomic response, proximity bias. But his body answered differently. It answered with a quickening that had no name in his vocabulary, a kind of low and persistent hum that lived beneath his ribs and had nothing to do with data. One evening in late October, they were walking back from the bookshop. The air was sharp and cold and smelled like wet leaves. They had been talking about loneliness, not their own, but the concept abstractly, the way two people talk about a country neither has visited but both suspect they might recognise if they did. Jenny had said something about how loneliness was not the absence of company but the absence of being known, and Daniel had nodded, and then they had walked in silence for a while, and the silence had been, he searched for the word afterward, companionable. Not the silence of two people with nothing to say. The silence of two people who did not need to say anything to remain connected. They stopped at the corner where their paths diverged. She turned to him, and the streetlight caught the side of her face, and he thought, with a clarity that felt almost violent, I want to kiss her. The thought arrived fully formed, without preamble or negotiation, and it frightened him, because he had not asked for it, and had not predicted it, and it did not fit neatly into any model he possessed. He did not kiss her. He said, "Good night, Jenny," and she said, "Good night, Daniel," and they parted, and he walked home with his hands in his pockets, and his heart beating in a way that felt, for the first time in years, like something he could not reduce to a variable. The trouble began, as trouble often does, with a question. It was a Sunday. They had cooked dinner together at his apartment. Pasta, nothing elaborate, the kind of meal that two people make when they're comfortable enough to be silent in a kitchen without it meaning anything. Jenny had chopped vegetables with an easy competence, and Daniel had stirred the sauce, and they had moved around each other in the small space with a fluency that suggested, to anyone watching, a long intimacy, which in a sense it was, just not the kind that anyone would have guessed. Afterward, with wine and the particular drowsy warmth that follows a good meal, the conversation drifted. They talked about their pasts. Lightly, at first. His childhood in a quiet town in New Hampshire, her years in Barcelona before graduate school, and then Jenny mentioned in passing a friend who had gone through a difficult divorce, and Daniel, without thinking, without the careful calibration he usually applied to such things, asked, "What about you? Have you been married?" She looked at him, not with offence, not with the wounded recoil of someone whose boundary has been breached. She looked at him with a kind of steady, clear-eyed assessment, as though she were reading a sentence in a language she understood perfectly well. "I don't talk about my past relationships," she said. The words were simple. The tone was simpler. There was no drama in them, no invitation to press, no suggestion that the statement was a wall erected in anger, or a door left ajar for the right person to push through. It was a boundary stated as fact, the way one might say, "I don't eat meat," or "I prefer to walk home alone at night." A preference, a rule, a thing that simply was. Daniel nodded. "Of course," he said, and meant it. But something had shifted. A small gear had turned, deep in the machinery of his mind, and he did not know yet what it would set in motion. It began innocuously. A thought surfacing in the shower one morning. She has a history I don't know. Every person does. This was true. He knew it was true. And yet the thought returned, and returned again, and each time it returned it carried a little more weight, a little more urgency. He began to notice the gaps, not maliciously, not even consciously at first, but he noticed that when he asked about her family, she answered about the present, her mother in San Diego, her brother's new job, without ever quite touching the past. He noticed that she deflected certain questions not with evasion, but with a gentle redirection so practiced it was almost invisible. "Where were you 10 years ago?" "Oh, Barcelona mostly, but tell me about this. Paper you're writing." He mentioned something about cascade failures. He noticed, and he began to wonder. And wondering in Daniel Ashford was not a passive state. It was a methodology. Late at night, alone in his apartment, he opened his laptop and began to work. Not on his research, on her. He created a spreadsheet, because of course he did, and began to populate it with what he knew and what he did not know, and the ratio of the two began to trouble him in a way that no data set had ever troubled him before. Disclosure latency, 2+ months. Emotional opacity, high. Consistency of deflection, notable. Possible trauma indicators, inconclusive. He told himself this was caution. He told himself he was protecting himself. He told himself that any rational person, having been hurt before, would want to understand the person they were falling in love with. And the word falling surprised him when he wrote it down, because he had not, until that moment, admitted it even to himself. The spreadsheet grew. He added columns, attachment style, probable. Past relationship duration, unknown, flag. Disclosure willingness index. He ran correlations. He built models. He stayed up until 2 a.m. on a Tuesday, staring at a graph that showed in clean blue lines the statistical likelihood that her emotional reserve correlated with what? Damage? Fear? A fundamental inability to trust. The more data he added, the less the system held. The numbers refused to resolve into a picture he could trust, and the refusal made him hungrier for the data, which made him add more columns, which made the picture less clear, which made him hungrier still. She felt the change before he was aware he had made it. It happened gradually, a slight shift in the temperature of his attention. Where before he had listened to her with an ease that felt like breathing, now he listened with a sharpness that felt like assessment. Where before his questions had been curious, now they were structured. He would ask about her childhood and then, when she answered, pivot to a follow-up that was too precisely aimed to be casual. And how did that make you feel? Did you find it difficult to trust people after that? She did not say anything at first. She simply watched him, the way one watches a familiar landscape when something in it has changed, a tree fallen, a road rerouted, and waits to understand the new shape of the thing. It was a Thursday evening. They were walking along the river, and the water was dark and very still, and Jenny stopped walking and turned to face him. The air between them was cold and clear, and carried the smell of the river and the first real bite of winter. "Daniel," she said, and then, because she was not a woman who wasted words, "You don't love me. You're trying to audit me." The sentence landed like a stone dropped into still water. He opened his mouth to deny it, to explain, to say that's not what this is, but the words would not come because they would have been a lie, and he had never in his life been able to lie to someone who was looking at him the way she was looking at him now. Not with anger, not with hurt, with a clarity that was almost unbearable. He said. "I know what you're doing," she said. "I've seen it before. Not in you, in others. The questions that are too careful. The way you go quiet when I don't answer the way you expect." She paused. A breath. "You think if you understand me completely you'll be safe. But that's not understanding. That's surveillance." She turned and walked away. Not dramatically. Not with tears or raised voice. She walked away the way one walks away from a conversation that has reached its natural end. Decisively. Without looking back. Daniel stood on the path for a long time after she'd gone, listening to the river, which didn't care about him at all. He didn't contact her for 8 days. He spent the first 3 in a state of what he might have called, if he had possessed the vocabulary for it, grief. But it was not grief for her absence, though her absence was a physical ache, a hollow space in his afternoons where she had been. It was grief for the thing he had done, the slow, methodical dismantling of something rare and alive. conducted with the same precision he brought to everything, as though love were a system that could be stress-tested without being destroyed. On the fourth day, he opened the spreadsheet. He stared at it for a long time. The columns stared back at him. Disclosure latency, emotional opacity index, unknown trauma multiplier. And he saw, suddenly and with terrible clarity, what they were. Not a map of Jenny, a map of his own fear. Every column was a question he had asked, not because he wanted to understand her, but because he wanted to predict her, to know in advance whether she would leave, whether she would disappoint, whether the system would hold. But the system had never been about holding. The system had been about control, about the illusion that if he could measure everything, nothing could surprise him, nothing could hurt him in a way he had not anticipated and therefore defended against. On the fifth day, he closed the spreadsheet. He did not delete it. He was not ready for that. On the eighth day, he went to see her. She lived above a hardware store on Elm and 4th, in an apartment that was small and bright and cluttered with books in a way that suggested she had long since stopped trying to impose order on them and had simply let them accumulate, like sediment, like evidence of a life actually lived. He climbed the narrow stairs and knocked, and she opened the door in bare feet and a sweater too large for her, and looked at him without surprise. "Come in," she said, not warmly, not coldly, simply. He came in. He sat on her small sofa. She sat in the chair across from it, tucking her feet beneath her, and waited. She was very good at waiting. "I owe you an explanation," he said. "Not an apology, though I owe you that too, an explanation." "All right," she said. So he told her. Not about the spreadsheet, not yet. He told her about the 2 relationships before her, and how each had ended, and how afterward he had gone back and catalogued the warning signs he had missed. He told her about the model he had built in his mind, the framework for safe attachment, the checklist of disclosures that a trustworthy person would make, the assumption that intimacy required transparency in order to be real. He told her how, when she had refused to disclose, he had not heard a boundary. He had heard a threat, an incomplete data set, a variable he could not control. "I turned you into a problem," he said, "a problem I was trying to solve, and I didn't see what I was doing until you told me." Jenny listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. Outside, a car passed. Someone's dog barked once and then was silent. "The people before me," she said at last. "The ones who hurt you. Did they tell you everything?" "Yes," he said. "They were. Transparent. Open. They disclosed early and often." "And it didn't protect you?" "No. So the model was wrong from the beginning." He looked at her. The light in the room was the particular amber of late afternoon in autumn, and it fell across her face and her hands and the books piled on the windowsill behind her, and he felt, not for the first time, but for the first time consciously, that he was in the presence of someone who saw him more clearly than he saw himself. "Yes," he said. "It was wrong from the beginning." She nodded, and then she said something that rearranged the architecture of his understanding so completely that he would think about it for years afterward, turning it over like a stone found on a beach, smooth and unremarkable and inexhaustibly interesting. "The reason I don't talk about my past," she said, "is not because I'm hiding something. It's because the people I was with before used what I told them as leverage, as proof of something. You said you were afraid of abandonment, so your anxiety is predictable. You told me about your father, so I know exactly why you react the way you do. They turned my history into a tool for managing me, and after a while I stopped giving them the tool." She leaned forward slightly. Her eyes were very steady. "Disclosure didn't create intimacy for me. It created surveillance. So I chose presence instead. I chose to show up, to be here, in front of you, every day. and let that be enough. And for a while, she said quietly, I thought it was. The room was very still. Daniel felt something in his chest that was not quite pain and not quite relief. Something more complex, more textured, like the moment after a long illness when the fever breaks and the body begins, slowly, to remember what it feels like to be well. It is enough, he said. It always was. Just couldn't see it. What happened next happened without the careful architecture that had governed every other intimacy in Daniel's life. There was no checklist, no model, no moment at which he decided now and proceeded accordingly. What happened was this. Jenny stood up from her chair. She crossed the small space between them and sat beside him on the sofa, not close enough to touch, but close enough that he could feel the warmth of her, that familiar and indefinite heat that had haunted him for weeks. She turned to face him, and she looked at him with an expression that was neither invitation nor permission, but something quieter and more serious than either. It was, he would think afterward, the look of someone choosing. If this is going to happen, she said, it happens on the ground, not in your head. He understood what she meant. She was not talking about sex, though sex was part of it, would be part of it. She was talking about the place where intimacy actually lived, not in prediction, not in models or spreadsheets or the careful architecture of disclosure, in the body, in the present moment, in the willingness to be seen without the buffer of analysis. He reached out and took her hand. Her fingers were cold. She was always cold, he had noticed this before. And he held them in both of his, and the warmth of his palms against her skin was the simplest and most devastating thing he had ever done. They kissed, not frantically, not with the desperate hunger of people who have been denying themselves. They kissed the way two people kiss when they have finally stopped thinking and started being, slowly, with attention, each movement deliberate and unhurried. Her mouth was warm and tasted faintly of the tea she'd been drinking, and her hand, freed from his grip, came up to the side of his face, and her fingers rested against his jaw with a lightness that felt like trust. He kissed her neck. The skin there was impossibly soft, and she tilted, her head back and her breath changed, a small, involuntary sound barely audible, and the sound moved through him like a current, like something electrical and ancient, and he understood, in that moment, what Lawrence had always been trying to say, that the body knows things the mind cannot reach, and that the deepest intimacy is not a transaction of information, but a surrender of the need to know in advance. They undressed each other slowly, in the amber light of her small apartment, and there was nothing performative in it, no choreography, no script. Just two people learning the geography of each other's skin with the patience of someone reading a landscape for the first time. He traced the line of her collarbone with his fingertips, and she shivered, not from cold, and he watched her face, watched the way her expression shifted from attention to sensation to something beyond both, something open and unguarded and wholly present. She set the terms, not as dominance, but as direction. Here, like this, yes. And he followed, not as submission but as listening, the kind of listening he had failed at for weeks, the kind that required him to put down every instrument of measurement and simply be in the room with another person, feeling what they felt, responding to what was actually happening rather than what he had predicted would happen. When they came together, it was with eye contact that did not flinch, his hands on her waist, her breath against his mouth, the slow, devastating intimacy of two bodies discovering that they had, all along, been speaking the same language, and that the language had no words in it at all. Afterward they lay in the narrow bed in her small room, and the light had gone from amber to gold to the deep blue of early evening, and Jenny's head was on his chest, and he could feel her breathing, slow, steady, the rhythm of someone utterly at ease. And he did not reach for his phone, he did not open his laptop, he did not think about variables or models or confidence intervals. He simply lay there in the dark and listened to her breathe, and felt, for the first time in longer than he could remember, like a man who had stopped running from something and discovered that what he'd been running from was not danger, but the terrifying, ordinary miracle of being known. 3 weeks later, on a Saturday morning, Daniel opened the spreadsheet. He sat at his desk with his coffee, black, no sugar, and looked at it for a long time. The columns were all still there. Disclosure latency, emotional opacity index, unknown trauma multiplier, the formulas, the correlations, the careful, meticulous architecture of his fear. He did not delete it all at once. That would have been dramatic, and Daniel was not a dramatic man. He deleted one column, then another. Each deletion took a few seconds, a right click, a confirmation, and each one felt like setting down something heavy, not the weight of the data itself, which had always been light, the weight of the belief that the data could save him. Disclosure latency, gone. Emotional opacity index, gone. Unknown trauma multiplier, gone. When the spreadsheet was empty, just a grid of blank cells, meaningless and clean, he closed it. He did not save it. He closed his laptop and finished his coffee and put on his coat and walked to Maren's, where the corner table by the window was for once already occupied, by Jenny, who was reading, and who looked up when he came in, and who smiled at him with the particular warmth of someone who has decided, without drama or declaration, to stay. He ordered 2 coffees. He sat across from her. She closed her book, not reluctantly, but with the ease of someone who knows she will pick it up again later, that the story will wait, that it is not going anywhere. "Good morning," she said. "Good morning," he said. Outside, the December elms were almost bare, and the light was thin and clear, and fell across the cafe tables like something that had travelled a very long way to arrive here, in this room, at this particular moment, between these 2 particular people, and was content, at last, to rest. He still taught statistics. He still believed in models, in the value of measurement, in the quiet power of understanding how systems worked and why they failed. He was not, and would never be, a man who abandoned rigour for sentiment. But he had learned, slowly, painfully, with the help of a woman who had chosen presence over disclosure and been vindicated by it, that some variables resist measurement, that the most important data is the kind you cannot collect, that love is not a system to be optimized, but a choice, made daily, to remain in a room with another person without knowing how the story ends. He had learned that the failure rate of prediction, when it comes to the heart, is essentially 100%, and that this uncertainty, this beautiful and terrifying openness, and was not a flaw in the design, it was the design. That one summer kiss. The Richards family motorhome rumbled down I-25 toward Denver, its once pristine white exterior now bearing the dust of 17 states. Inside, 11-year-old Tyler Richards sprawled across the dinette booth, methodically arranging his growing collection of stadium ticket stubs. "Dad, how many more to go after the Rockies?" he called toward the driver's seat where Jim Richards navigated the behemoth vehicle, with the casual confidence of a man who'd logged over 8,000 miles that summer. "4 more stadiums, buddy. Then we've hit all 30, Jim answered, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror where he could see his wife Catherine reviewing tomorrow's itinerary. Elitch Gardens amusement park in the morning, Coors Field in the afternoon. In the back bedroom, 9-year-old Britt sat cross-legged on her bunk, carefully applying pine tar to her baseball glove, a ritual she'd adopted after watching her father do the same. Unlike many girls her age, Britt's summer heroes weren't pop stars or movie actresses. They were sluggers, pitchers, and especially Bryce Harper, whose jersey she wore so often that her mother had to practically peel it off her for washing. "Brit, we're stopping for gas. Last chance for snacks before Denver," Catherine called back. The Richards' Great American Baseball Tour had been Jim's dream. Visit every major league stadium in a single summer, catch at least one game in each, and hit the country's top roller coasters along the way. What had seemed like an impossible logistical challenge had become their reality, fueled by Catherine's meticulous planning, a calendar gridded with game times, and a motorhome that had become more home than motor over the past 3 months. August 18th dawned clear and bright in Denver. The Richards family arrived at Coors Field 3 hours before first pitch, Jim's rule for exploring each stadium properly. While Catherine and Tyler headed to the team store, Jim took Brit to watch batting practice, her Harper jersey standing out among the purple and black Rockies gear. "Look how the ball carries in this thin air," Jim explained, his arm around Brit's shoulders. "That's why they call it a hitter's park." By game time, the Richards had found their seats along the first baseline in right field. Beside them sat another family, locals by the looks of their well-worn Rockies gear. Their son, about 10 years old, clutched a baseball glove tightly, his eyes never leaving the field. "You know Harper's the enemy today, right?" the boy said, noticing Brit's Nationals jersey. Brit raised her chin. "He's still the best player in baseball." "Nuh-uh, Trout is better." "Harper has better hair," Brit countered, which made both kids laugh, breaking the tension. Throughout the game, the two families exchanged the casual camaraderie of temporary neighbours, passing condiments, holding seats during bathroom breaks, and debating calls together. By the 7th inning, with the Nationals leading 3-2, the children had developed a comfortable rapport, comparing favourite players and arguing good-naturedly about batting averages. The moment came suddenly. Harper caught the third out on a routine fly ball to right field. As he jogged toward the dugout, he spotted Brit's jersey, a flash of Nationals red amid the home team colours. With practiced ease, he flipped the game ball high toward their section. The boy saw it first. His glove hand shot up instinctively, years of backyard practice culminating in this moment. The ball landed with a satisfying thwack in the pocket of his mitt. His heart soared, until he saw Brit's face fall. The crowd murmured. Parents shifted uncomfortably. The boy looked down at the prize in his glove, then at the girl in the Harper jersey. "Here," he said, holding out the ball. "He was throwing it to you." The simple gesture, devoid of hesitation or regret, caused a ripple of approval through the nearby fans. Brit's eyes widened as she accepted the baseball, turning it reverently in her hands. "Thank you," she whispered, then leaned forward to plant a thank you kiss on his cheek. At that exact moment, the boy turned to say, "You're welcome." Their lips met in an innocent, accidental brush that lasted less than a second. Both children jerked back, faces flaming. The crowd, witnessing this unscripted moment of childhood awkwardness, erupted in good-natured laughter and applause. Seconds later, the stadium camera operator, always hunting for between-innings entertainment, broadcast the entire sequence on the massive centre field screen. Summer Kiss Cam flashed across the jumbotron as 40,000 fans watched the replay. The catch, the generous gift, the innocent kiss. The stadium announcer chuckled warmly through the speakers. "Now that, folks, is the spirit of baseball right there." As the families left after the game, there were smiles and waves, but no exchanged information. Just two groups of strangers sharing a fleeting moment before continuing on their separate journeys. The Richards had 4 more stadiums to visit, and school was starting soon. The boy and his family disappeared into the Denver crowd, and Brit never learned his name. Neither family could have known that the clip would become a recurring feature in baseball highlight reels for years to come, filed under heartwarming fan moments, alongside proposals and first catches. The Richards motorhome was sold 3 years after the Great Baseball Tour. Catherine had lobbied to keep it. Think of the memories, but practicality won out. Jim's job transferred them from Minnesota to New Orleans when Britt was 12, and urban life made storing a 36-foot behemoth impractical. Tyler, less sentimental than his sister, had moved on from baseball to football and academic decathlon competitions. Britt, however, never abandoned her love of the game, even as she discovered her own athletic calling on the track. "You're built for speed," the high school coach had told her during freshman year. "You've got that fast-twitch fibre that can't be taught." By her senior year, Britt had broken 3 school records in the 200 and 400 metres. With her academic standing and athletic achievements, scholarship offers arrived from across the country. When Louisiana State University came calling with a track scholarship, it felt like coming full circle. A chance to return to her baseball roots at a school with a powerhouse program. Her first semester had been a whirlwind of adjustments, living away from home, balancing rigorous training with academics, and navigating the complex social ecosystem of college. By spring semester, she'd found her rhythm and her people, a tight-knit group of fellow athletes who understood the discipline required to compete at their level. The embarrassing baseball kiss had become a family legend, occasionally resurfacing when Jim stumbled across the clip, online. Britt had mostly made peace with her moment of viral fame, though she still cringed whenever it appeared in MLB Valentine's Day montages. The boy's face had blurred in her memory, just another fleeting connection, in a summer filled with new stadiums and experiences. Britt and her friends collapsed onto the bleachers at Alex Box Stadium, having come directly from track practice. Her legs ached pleasantly from interval training and the familiar sounds of a baseball game. The crack of bats, the pop of balls hitting mitts, provided a soothing backdrop. "You smell like determination and sweat," teased her roommate Missy, a high jumper from Baton Rouge. "Shower break between practice and games isn't in your vocabulary, is it?" "It's baseball," Britt replied, pulling her damp hair into a ponytail. "Nobody smells good at baseball games. That's part of the tradition." As LSU took the field against Vanderbilt, Missy nudged Britt with her elbow. Question: "Why don't you have a boyfriend?" "You've been here almost a full year now," Britt shrugged. "Just haven't clicked with anyone. Besides, when would I fit that in? Between track, classes and sleep." "Sleep is overrated," Missy interrupted. "Seriously though, there has to be someone you've noticed." Britt's eyes drifted across the field, landing on the centre fielder, number 27. She'd noticed him in her Biology 101 lecture. Always punctual, always prepared, rarely speaking unless called on, but offering thoughtful insights when he did. "Maybe him," she admitted, pointing discreetly. "We have biology together. He seems different from most of the baseball guys. Quieter, more substantial." Missy followed her gaze. "Number 27? That's Cole Nightingale. Jackson knows him through some conservation club. He's from Colorado." "Colorado?" Britt laughed. "That explains the silent intensity. Probably communes with elk in his spare time." "Want me to see if Jackson can introduce you?" "God, no," Britt replied quickly. "I'm just saying, objectively speaking, centre field is nice to look at. That's all." But Missy's matchmaking wheels were already turning. "It's not a date," Missy insisted a week later as she rummaged through Britt's closet. "It's a casual group thing that happens to include Cole." Britt sat on her bed, arms crossed. "You told me we were grabbing coffee with you and Jackson. Now you're telling me Cole's coming, and magically you and Jackson just remembered an assignment due tomorrow?" "What a coincidence," Missy replied with zero attempt at sincerity. "Wear the green top. It makes your eyes pop." "My eyes are brown." "Even more reason to wear green. Contrast." The campus coffee shop buzzed with end-of-semester energy when Britt arrived. She spotted Cole immediately, sitting alone at a corner table, his posture relaxed but alert. No baseball cap today, revealing dark hair with a slight natural wave. He glanced up, recognition crossing his face. Not surprised, Britt noted. Missy had clearly informed Jackson, who had informed Cole. Everyone knew this was a setup except her. "Hi," she said, sliding into the seat across from him. "I'm guessing you also got the last-minute text about a forgotten assignment." Cole's mouth curved into a half-smile. "Jackson's not subtle. I figured it out when he spent 15 minutes describing you yesterday. Unless there are multiple track stars named Britt in our biology class." His directness caught her off guard. "At least 3. We're having a convention later." He laughed, a genuine sound that transformed his serious face. "I've seen you run at the LSU Invitational last month, the 400 meters. You were at the Invitational?" This surprised her. Baseball players rarely attended track meets. "I'm interested in biomechanics. Professor Simmons suggested I observe elite runners for a research project." "So I was a science experiment?" Britt raised an eyebrow. "You were the most impressive subject," he countered. "Your form is almost mathematically perfect." The conversation flowed from there, moving from classes to childhood influences, discovering shared interests in the outdoors and similar tastes in music. Cole described growing up in Colorado, hiking 14ers with his father. Britt spoke of her family's baseball odyssey, carefully omitting the embarrassing kiss incident. "Wait," Cole interrupted. "Your family visited all 30 MLB stadiums in one summer? That's incredible." "It was the summer before 6th grade. My dad mapped the entire thing on this giant wall calendar, coordinating game schedules with driving distances. I can't imagine seeing that much baseball in one summer." "It was magical," Britt admitted, "though I probably didn't appreciate it enough at the time." What was supposed to be a quick coffee stretched into dinner at a nearby noodle shop, then a walk around the campus lake as twilight descended. Cole proved to be an attentive listener, drawing Britt out with thoughtful questions, rather than steering conversations toward himself. When he walked her back to her dorm, there was a moment, a pause at the entrance where possibility hung in the air. But Cole simply smiled and said, "I enjoyed this. Maybe we could do it again." Britt nodded, surprised by how much she wanted that. "I'd like that." 3 dates followed over the next 2 weeks, each revealing new layers to Cole. He was methodical but not rigid, ambitious but not cutthroat, and beneath his reserve lay a subtle humour that emerged more frequently as they grew comfortable together. After their 4th date, a Saturday afternoon picnic by the lake, Cole suggested exchanging social media accounts. "Not that I post much," he admitted, "but it seems like the normal progression." That night, as Britt studied for finals, her phone buzzed with a notification. "Cole Nightingale has followed you on Instagram." Minutes later, another notification. "Cole Nightingale mentioned you in a comment. Curious, she opened the app to find Cole had commented on a post from 5 years earlier, a throwback Thursday where she'd shared the famous Jumbotron clip. She'd captioned it, "TBT to that time I accidentally became a baseball meme. Summer kiss cam, first kiss fail, thanks Bryce Harper." Cole's comment simply read, "Is this really you?" Britt stared at her phone, momentarily confused by Cole's comment. Why was he so interested in her embarrassing childhood moment? She quickly typed back, "Unfortunately, yes. Most embarrassing moment of my childhood immortalised for eternity. Why?" Her phone rang almost immediately. Cole's name flashed on the screen. "Hey," she answered. "Everything okay?" "More than okay," Cole said, his voice filled with an excitement she hadn't heard before. "That video from Coors Field, the boy who caught the ball and gave it to you. What about him?" Britt asked, a strange feeling beginning to stir in her stomach. "Britt, that was me." The world seemed to tilt sideways. "What? No way. That's impossible." August 18th, 2015. Nationals versus Rockies. 7th inning. Bryce Harper caught the third out and tossed you the ball, but I caught it instead. "Cole, if you're messing with me..." "I'm not," he assured her. I still have the newspaper clipping somewhere. My family drove up from Colorado Springs for the weekend. It was right before my birthday. Britt sank onto her bed, mind reeling. Oh my God, this is insane. What are the odds? Astronomically against, Cole replied. One moment in one stadium a decade ago, and somehow we both end up here, in the same biology class, dating. We kissed, Britt said suddenly. I mean, technically we've already kissed, Cole laughed. I've been upgraded from most embarrassing childhood moment to actual boyfriend. That's progress. I need to see this evidence, right now. An hour later, they sat side by side on a campus bench, comparing memorabilia. Britt's screenshot of the Jumbotron moment saved on her phone, Cole's yellowing newspaper clipping carefully preserved from his childhood keepsake box. It really is you, Britt marvelled, studying the image of young Cole. You had the same serious expression even then. And you were fearless, Cole replied. Just walked up and planted one on me. On your cheek. It was supposed to be your cheek. Fate had other plans. They fell silent, the weight of coincidence settling around them. The same stadium, the same moment, captured forever. And now, 10 years later, they'd found each other again without even realizing what they'd lost. You know what this means, Britt said finally. Our entire relationship is built on me stealing your baseball and me stealing your kiss. I think we're even then. Cole reached for her hand, interlacing their fingers. There's just one thing bothering me. What's that? Our second kiss should probably be better than our first. Under a blanket of Louisiana stars with the sounds of campus life humming in the distance, Cole leaned in. This time, there was no accident, no crowd reaction, no cameras, just the intentional meeting of two people connected by a thread of improbable history, closing a circle that had opened a decade earlier in a baseball stadium 200 miles away. The summer of 2025 unfolded with the humid intensity that characterized Louisiana's warmer months. While many students departed campus for internships or family homes, Britt remained for track training and Cole for baseball development programs. The relative emptiness of campus provided a cocoon for their growing relationship, free from the usual academic pressures and social obligations. On a particularly sweltering July evening, they sat on the balcony of Cole's off-campus apartment, box fans creating the only breeze. Cole scrolled through his phone while Britt lay with her head in his lap, reading a novel for her fall literature course. My parents want to meet you, Cole said casually, fingers absently stroking her hair. Britt lowered her book. Mine too. My mum keeps asking for pictures. We could drive up to New Orleans next weekend. It's only an hour. What would you tell them? Britt asked. About how we met. The whole baseball kiss backstory seems like a lot for a first meeting. Cole considered this. We could start with biology class and work our way back. Probably wise, Britt agreed. Though my dad will lose his mind when he finds out you're that boy. He references that clip at least once a year. Cole's phone buzzed with a notification. He glanced down, then let out a startled laugh. You're not going to believe this. He turned the screen toward Britt. An MLB social media account had posted a Throwback Thursday compilation of famous fan moments. The caption read, Summer Love Through the Years, baseball's most heartwarming fan moments. The thumbnail image showed a young Brit in her Harper jersey, milliseconds before the accidental kiss. They're never going to let us forget. Brit groaned, covering her face. Wait, Cole said, sitting up straighter. Read the comments. Brit took the phone, scrolling through responses. Most were generic. Heart emojis, memories of seeing the clips live. But one comment caught her attention. OMG, that's Britt Richards, LSU track, and Cole Nightingale, LSU baseball. They're dating now. Full circle, baseball love. How? Britt began. Missy, they said in unison. She must have made the connection and shared it, Cole reasoned. She does follow all the MLB accounts. The post was rapidly gaining traction, with more comments confirming the unlikely reunion story. By morning, several sports websites had picked up the tale, framing it as a baseball fairy tale, the children from the famous kiss cam serendipitously reuniting in college, unaware of their shared history. Britt's phone rang early the next day, her father calling with an uncharacteristic urgency in his voice. "Brittany Ann Richards," he said when she answered, using her full name in a way that signalled his excitement rather than disapproval. "Is it true? The boy from the kiss cam is your boyfriend? The one you've been telling us about?" Britt sighed, shooting Cole a resigned look as he entered the room with coffee. "Yes, Dad, it's true." Jim's whoop of delight was loud enough that Cole could hear it across the room. "Your mother won't believe this. Actually, everyone needs to hear this story. Thanksgiving. You're bringing him for Thanksgiving, right? Both families. We need both families there." "Dad, it's July, and we haven't even met each other's parents yet." "Details. Mere details. This is baseball destiny, honey." After assuring her father that yes, they would discuss holiday plans, and no, ESPN could not have an exclusive interview, Britt ended the call and collapsed dramatically onto Cole's couch. "My father is already planning our baseball-themed wedding," she informed him. "Hope you're ready to say vows over home plate." Cole laughed, sitting beside her. "My mum texted earlier. She found our box of memorabilia from that game. Apparently she kept the ticket stubs." The media attention faded as quickly as it had flared, their story becoming just another heartwarming internet moment before being replaced by the next viral sensation. But privately, something had shifted between them. What had been a strange coincidence had become part of their shared mythology. The story they would tell for years to come, the unlikely thread that had connected them long before they understood its significance. 2 weeks later, they drove to New Orleans to meet the Richards family. Jim greeted Cole with a bear hug and an immediate barrage of baseball questions. Catherine was more restrained but equally welcoming, showing Cole the meticulous scrapbook she'd created from their great baseball tour, including a page dedicated to the famous kiss. "We should have gotten your autograph back then," Jim joked over dinner. "Could have sold it for college tuition by now." "Jim," Catherine chided gently, then turned to Cole, "we're just happy Britt found someone who shares her love of the game. That's rare." Later that evening, as they sat on the porch swing of the Richards' modest New Orleans home, Britt rested her head on Cole's shoulder. "Well, you survived meeting my parents. Ready for round 2 in Colorado next month." Cole nodded, watching fireflies illuminate the gathering darkness. "I've been thinking about that day at Coors Field, about all the little moments that had to align perfectly, like Harper having to catch that specific third out, and me turning my head at exactly the wrong moment, or the camera operator deciding that was worth broadcasting, or both of us choosing LSU years later." Britt laced her fingers through his. "My dad would call it baseball destiny. My science brain would call it statistically impossible. What do you call it?" Cole considered this, watching the rhythm of the fireflies' silent communication across the yard. "I don't know if there's a name for it, but I'm grateful." Above them, the porch light attracted moths in hypnotic patterns, nature's own version of chance and circumstance. Inside, they could hear Jim regaling Catherine with plans for a Thanksgiving reunion with the Nightingales, a suggestion that would have seemed absurd months earlier, but now felt inevitable. "Do you ever wonder," Britt asked softly, "about all the other moments like that? The connections we miss, the people we brush against without realizing it?" "All the time," Cole admitted. "But maybe we don't miss as many as we think. Maybe the important ones find a way to circle back." As if to punctuate his point, Britt's phone buzzed with a notification. An MLB account had shared their story again, this time with a side-by-side comparison. The original kiss cam moment from 2015, alongside a recent photo of them at an LSU game, 10 years older but unmistakably the same. People. The caption read simply, "Some catches last a lifetime." baseball love. Britt smiled, turning off her phone and leaning into Cole's embrace. The digital world could have their story, could reshape it into whatever narrative fit neatly into a social media post. But the reality, the complex improbable path that had led them from a crowded stadium to this quiet porch, belonged only to them. That and the memory of a summer kiss that had somehow, against all odds, found its way home. Bitter moon, bright star. Harvey Davenport squinted against the low autumn sun as he guided his dun gelding down Silver Creek's main thoroughfare. The small Montana settlement had the distinct smell of a town caught between civilization and wilderness, sawdust and manure, whiskey and wood smoke. His back ached from 3 days in the saddle, tracking a man who'd ultimately proven not worth the trouble. The bounty for Carl Weber had barely covered expenses. 15 years of hunting men had taught Harvey one immutable truth. The price on a man's head rarely matched the cost of bringing him in. Mayor Julian Collier's telegram had been cryptic but promising. Urgent matter requiring discretion and experience. Compensation generous. Harvey had learned to read between the lines of such messages, usually a wealthy man wanting revenge without legal entanglements. The mayor's office occupied the upper floor of the general store, announced by a weather-worn sign. Harvey secured his horse and climbed the exterior staircase, boots leaving imprints in a thin layer of dust. Davenport, Collier greeted him, rising from behind a desk cluttered with papers. The mayor was a slight man with spectacles and thinning hair, the kind who'd never skinned a knuckle in a fight. Grateful you came so quickly, Harvey removed his hat but remained standing. Your telegram mentioned generous compensation. Indeed. $500 for 3 months' work. Harvey raised an eyebrow. That's steep for a small town. Who needs killing? The mayor blanched. Good heavens, no. I'm not hiring you to hunt anyone. I need protection. For yourself? For our new school teacher, Miss Florence Hart. Harvey stared at the man, certain he'd misheard. A school teacher? She arrived last week from Boston. Brilliant young woman, educated at Mount Holyoke Female Seminary. The mayor paused, looking uncomfortable. Silver Creek has been under William Tate's thumb for too long. His gang controls everything from cattle to mining claims. Miss Hart represents something Tate can't abide. Progress, education, civilization. And you think a schoolmarm can change that? I think education changes everything, Mr. Davenport. But first, she needs to survive long enough to teach. Harvey paced to the window, looking down at the street where a group of children chased a rolling hoop. I'm not a nursemaid. No, you're a man with a reputation for staying alive in situations where others don't. Collier opened a desk drawer and removed an envelope. Half now, half when her term ends in December. Harvey weighed the envelope in his palm. It was heavy with coin. Where do I find her? The schoolhouse at the edge of town. You can't miss it. Indeed he couldn't. The one-room schoolhouse stood alone on a gentle rise, painfully new against the weathered landscape. Fresh-cut lumber still leaked sap from its seams, and someone had planted flowers along the walkway, a futile gesture in the Montana autumn. Through the open door he heard a woman's voice, melodic and clear. Now, who can tell me where we might find the Rocky Mountains on our map? Harvey leaned against the doorframe, observing without announcing himself. The schoolteacher stood before a dozen children of various ages, gesturing to a large cloth map hung on the wall. She wore a practical blue dress. Her honey-brown hair swept into a loose knot at her nape. "They're right here," piped a small boy. "Excellent, Thomas." She beamed as if the child had solved complex mathematics instead of identifying the most obvious geographical feature in their territory. Harvey cleared his throat, and 26 eyes swiveled toward him. 12 pairs belonging to children, one to the teacher, and the last his own reflection in the small mirror by the door. "May I help you, sir?" Her smile remained, but caution entered her eyes. Harvey Davenport, Mayor Collier hired me. Understanding dawned on her face. She turned to her students. Children, please practice your letters while I speak with Mr. Davenport. She approached with an extended hand. Florence Hart, I've been expecting you, though I did express to the mayor that this arrangement seems unnecessary. Her grip was firm, her palms slightly chalked from the blackboard. Up close he noticed her eyes, amber flecked with green, direct and unflinching. Mayor's money, mayor's worries, Harvey replied, removing his hat. I'll be staying close, keeping watch. Mr. Davenport, I appreciate the concern, but I've come to teach, not cower. These children need education more than I need protection. With respect, Miss Hart, you don't know William Tate. I know men like him exist everywhere, just wearing different clothes. In Boston, they wore fine suits and called themselves businessmen while exploiting immigrant children in factories. Her chin lifted slightly. I didn't bend to them, and I won't bend to Mr. Tate. Harvey almost smiled at her. Naivety. Almost. Those Boston men probably didn't gut people for sport. Colour drained from her face, but her posture remained straight. I see. Well, I won't be frightened away, Mr. Davenport. These children deserve better. Most folks deserve better than they get, Miss Hart. Doesn't change how things are. Perhaps not, she replied, her voice soft but steel-edged. But it absolutely changes how things will be. Harvey watched her return to her students, marvelling at the peculiar mixture of innocence and determination. 3 months suddenly seemed interminable. He'd met her type before, idealists who believed goodness would triumph simply because it should. They were always the first to fall when reality came knocking with blood-stained knuckles. She wouldn't last a week. That night, as he secured the schoolhouse, Harvey noticed a figure watching from the tree line. He drew his Colt but made no move toward the shadow. A warning shot would only confirm the watcher's suspicions about the schoolteacher's importance. Instead, he deliberately turned his back and continued his checks, keeping the figure in his peripheral vision. The message was clear. I see you, but I'm not concerned. When he turned again, the shadow was gone. Florence's voice interrupted his thoughts. Is someone there? She stood in the doorway of the small cabin adjacent to the schoolhouse, a shawl pulled tight around her shoulders. Just the wind, he lied. Go back inside. She studied him for a moment, those amber eyes too perceptive. You're not a very convincing liar, Mr. Davenport. And you're not very good at following directions, Miss Hart. A smile ghosted across her face. A failing my own teachers often noted. Good night, Mr. Davenport. As her door closed, Harvey settled on the porch steps, rifle across his knees. The Montana night unfurled around him, stars pricking the velvet darkness. An owl called from somewhere distant, a lonely sound that echoed his own hollow spaces. 3 months of protecting a woman who believed kindness could overcome cruelty. It was like being hired to shield a candle from a hurricane. The irony wasn't lost on him. Once he'd been the one with faith in humanity's better nature. Once he'd believed in things like justice and hope. Once, before Bitter Creek. The schoolhouse door displayed a fresh-burned message by morning. Leave or bleed. Florence traced the charred letters with her fingertips, leaving sooty smudges on her skin. Well, they certainly lack subtlety. Harvey, who'd been inspecting the surrounding ground for tracks, straightened with a scowl. This isn't a joke, Miss Hart. Do I appear to be laughing? She met his gaze steadily. Intimidation tactics are the weapons of small men, Mr. Davenport. I won't dignify them with fear. With that, she retrieved a bucket of whitewash from the supply shed and began coating the damaged door. Her methodical brush strokes revealed nothing of her thoughts, but Harvey noticed the slight tremor in her hands. You should consider returning to Boston, he said, leaning against the schoolhouse wall. Florence continued painting, not sparing him a glance. I should consider many things, Mr. Davenport. The migration patterns of monarch butterflies, the mathematical principles behind cathedral architecture, the proper preservation of wild berries for winter consumption. She paused, finally looking at him. Abandoning these children isn't among those considerations. The arrival of her students ended their conversation. Harvey watched as Florence transformed, her apprehension tucked away behind genuine warmth as she greeted each child by name. He positioned himself by the window, scanning the tree line while the lesson progressed inside. "Mr. Davenport?" A small voice interrupted his surveillance. A girl of perhaps 7 stood beside him, clutching a slate. "Miss Hart says you might help me with my numbers." Harvey frowned. "I'm not a teacher." "She says you're good at calculating distances and angles for shooting." The child spoke matter-of-factly. "I don't understand fractions." He glanced at Florence, who was helping another student. She gave no indication of having orchestrated this interaction. "Let me see," he said gruffly, taking the slate. 20 minutes later, Florence dismissed the children for their midday meal. She approached Harvey, who was still working with the girl. "So if you have 3/4 of a pie, and you eat 1/3 of that amount, what do you have left?" he was asking. The child's face scrunched in concentration. "Half a pie? How'd you figure that?" 3/4 times 1/3 is 1/4. So 3/4 minus 1/4 is half. "That's right. You're quick." The girl beamed and hurried off to join her friends outside. "Sarah struggles with arithmetic," Florence said, sitting beside him on the bench. "Her father's a trapper, rarely home. She helps her mother manage their supplies, so fractions are essential for her." Harvey grunted, uncomfortable with her approving gaze. "Shooting requires math. Nothing special about it." Florence gathered papers from a nearby desk. "You know, Mr. Davenport, for a man so determined to appear heartless, you have remarkable patience with children." "Children are different," he said after a moment. "They haven't had time to become monsters yet." "And adults have?" "Most." He stood, eager to escape her scrutiny. "I'm going to patrol the perimeter." Over the following weeks, an uneasy routine developed. Harvey kept watch while Florence taught. Occasionally, despite his resistance, he found himself drawn into lessons, explaining tracking methods for geography, demonstrating how to calculate a horse's travel distance for mathematics. The children, initially wary of his scarred face and taciturn manner, gradually began greeting him each morning. One boy even presented him with a whittled wooden horse crudely carved but recognisable. "Mr. Davenport, might I ask a favour?" Florence approached him one afternoon as the children departed. "Depends on the favour." "I need to visit Miller's Crossing tomorrow. There's a shipment of books arriving by stage, and supplies I ordered for our harvest celebration." Harvey frowned. "Miller's Crossing is 15 miles. "Indeed, which is why I've arranged to borrow Mr. Peterson's wagon. We could depart after breakfast and return before dark." "We?" "Unless you plan to abandon your duties for the day," she challenged, a hint of mischief in her eyes. The journey began in awkward silence. Florence attempted conversation several times, only to receive grunts or one-word answers from Harvey. After an hour, she sighed dramatically. "This will be a tedious journey if you're determined to remain mute, Mr. Davenport." "Not much worth saying." "I disagree. For instance, you might tell me how a man with your education, and don't deny it. I've seen you correct grammar in the children's work when you thought I wasn't looking, became a bounty hunter." He glanced at her, surprised by her observation. "Life happens." A profoundly uninformative answer. She adjusted her bonnet against the strengthening wind. "Very well, I'll begin. I'm the youngest of 4 sisters. My father was a professor of literature who believed women deserved education equal to men's. My mother died when I was 12. I taught in Boston for 3 years before answering the advertisement for Silver Creek." When he remained silent, she continued undeterred. I came west because I was suffocating in Boston drawing rooms, expected to marry a banker's son who thought women should discuss nothing more substantial than fabric patterns and menu planning. Her voice softened. I wanted to build something meaningful. These children deserve futures beyond what their parents could imagine. Harvey felt a reluctant admiration for her conviction. Noble goals don't keep you alive when men like Tate decide you're inconvenient. Perhaps, but fear of dying isn't the same as living. She studied him. What are you afraid of, Mr. Davenport? The question struck too close to truths he kept buried. Before he could form a response, the sky darkened ominously. Storm's coming, he said, grateful for the diversion. We should find shelter. They barely reached the abandoned Thornton homestead before the deluge began. The small cabin's roof leaked in 3 places, but its stone hearth remained sound. Harvey built a fire while Florence arranged their supplies away from the drips. Will it pass quickly? She asked, watching sheets of rain obscure the landscape. No, it's settling in. He gestured to the western horizon, where dark clouds massed like an invading army. We're staying the night, her eyes widened. That would be inappropriate. Drowning would be fatal. Take your pick. The storm intensified as evening approached. Wind howled through the cabin's gaps and thunder shook the timbers. They shared a simple meal of bread and jerky, the fire casting long shadows across the weathered walls. Who were you before? Florence asked suddenly, breaking their companionable silence. Harvey stared into the flames. What makes you think I was someone else? The way you speak when you forget to be coarse. The Latin phrase you used when Thomas fell last week. The books I've seen you reading when you think no one is watching. He remained silent so long she thought he wouldn't answer. I was a lawyer in St. Louis, he finally said. Had a practice with my father-in-law. You were married? Catherine, and a daughter, Emma. His voice roughened. They died at Bitter Creek, stagecoach robbery. Florence's hand moved involuntarily toward him but stopped short of touching. I'm so sorry. 8 years ago, last spring, he prodded the fire, sending sparks upward. I tracked the men responsible. That's how I started bounty hunting. Did you find them? Eventually. The word hung between them, heavy with unspoken violence. And did it help? She asked softly. Did vengeance ease your grief? Harvey met her gaze, his eyes reflecting firelight and old pain. No, but it gave me somewhere to put the rage. And now I exist. It's enough. He stood abruptly. You should sleep. I'll keep watch. There's room enough for both of us to rest, she offered, gesturing to the cabin's small space. I don't sleep much anyway. Florence studied him for a long moment. Do you even believe in anything anymore? The question wasn't accusatory, but genuinely curious, which somehow made it harder to deflect. I believe people show their true nature when tested, he answered finally. I believe comfort breeds illusion, and suffering strips it away. That's a lonely philosophy. It's a realistic one. She shook her head. Grief doesn't have to define you, Harvey. It can transform you, certainly, but the direction of that transformation remains your choice. It was the first time she'd used his given name, and the intimacy of it disturbed him more than her words. Get some sleep, Miss Hart. Outside, the storm continued its assault, mirroring the turbulence he felt within. Florence's presence was becoming dangerous, not because she needed his protection, but because she made him question the walls he'd built around himself. The rain didn't let up until dawn, and they returned to Silver Creek by mid-afternoon. News of their overnight absence had preceded them, generating knowing looks from townspeople as they passed. Reputation is a luxury I can't afford to lose, Florence murmured as they approached the schoolhouse. The children's parents must trust me. I'll speak to Reverend Kane, Harvey offered. He can quell the gossip. She smiled gratefully. Thank you. As she unlocked the schoolhouse door, Harvey noticed a folded paper nailed to the frame. He snatched it before she could see. The teacher or the children? Your choice. The threat was clear. Tate was escalating. Harvey crumpled the note, his decision immediate. It was time to confront Tate directly. Florence Hart might be willing to risk herself for her principles, but he wouldn't let her risk the children. Some lessons came at too high a price. The Silver Creek saloon reeked of unwashed bodies and spilled whiskey. Harvey entered at dusk, scanning the crowded room for his target. William Tate held court at a corner table, a mountain of a man with a beard like iron filings and eyes that calculated profit from others' misfortune. Harvey approached without preamble, stopping just beyond arm's reach. Tate. Conversation died as heads turned. Tate looked up lazily, a reptilian smile spreading beneath his moustache. "The schoolmarm's watchdog," he drawled. "Come to beg for scraps." "Come to deliver a message," Harvey's voice carried in the sudden silence. "The teacher and the children are off limits." Tate leaned back, amusement dancing in his cold eyes. "Is that so? And what exactly are you offering in exchange for my generosity?" "Nothing. I'm telling you how it's going to be." A dangerous stillness settled over Tate. "Nobody tells me anything, bounty hunter." "Then consider it friendly advice. The schoolhouse isn't worth the trouble I'll bring you." Tate's men shifted, hands hovering near weapons. Harvey remained motionless, his calm exterior belying the calculated awareness of every potential threat in the room. "You know," Tate said conversationally, "I heard an interesting rumour about that pretty teacher. Seems she spent a night alone with you at the old Thornton place." He smirked. "Perhaps she's not as virtuous as she pretends." Harvey's expression revealed nothing, but his voice dropped to a dangerous register. "Choose your next words with extreme care." Tate stood, towering over most men in the room. "Or what? You'll shoot me? In front of witnesses?" He gestured expansively. "Every man here works for me. You'd be dead before you cleared leather." "Probably," Harvey agreed, "but you'd still die first." Something in Harvey's eyes, the absolute certainty of a man who'd already calculated the cost and found it acceptable, gave Tate pause. 3 days, Tate finally said. "The teacher has 3 days to leave. After that," he shrugged. "Well, schoolhouses burn easily, children too." Harvey's hand moved faster than perception could track. Suddenly his knife pressed against Tate's jugular, drawing a bead of blood. "Listen carefully," Harvey whispered, his mouth close to Tate's ear. "I've killed men in 23 territories. I've hunted human beings like animals and ended them without losing sleep. If anything happens to Miss Hart or those children, anything at all, I will dedicate whatever remains of my life to finding new ways to make you suffer." He stepped back, sheathing his knife with fluid grace. "Sleep well, Tate." The saloon remained silent as he departed, the batwing doors swinging in his wake. Outside, Harvey exhaled slowly, adrenaline ebbing. He'd bought time, but also accelerated the inevitable confrontation. Tate wouldn't tolerate such a public challenge. The only question was whether he'd come for Harvey first, or strike at Florence to prove his dominance. Harvey found her still at the schoolhouse, arranging books on newly built shelves. "You should go home," he said from the doorway. "It's late." Florence looked up, a smudge of dust on her cheek. "There's so much to organise before tomorrow's lesson." "Tomorrow might not come if you exhaust yourself tonight," she smiled. "A surprisingly philosophical observation, Mr. Davenport." He didn't return her smile. "I spoke with Tate." The book in her hands faltered. "I see. Was it productive?" "No." She placed the book carefully on its shelf. "What happens now?" "You leave. Tonight, preferably. Return to Boston." "That's not happening." Harvey crossed the room in 3 strides, frustration breaking through his composure. "This isn't a negotiation, Florence." Tate threatened the children explicitly. "All the more reason I can't abandon them. colour rose in her cheeks. If I leave, Tate wins. He'll ensure no teacher ever comes again. These children will grow up under his shadow. Believing might make us right. They'll grow up, Harvey emphasised. Alive. Existing isn't living. She echoed his words from the cabin. You taught me that. He turned away, struggling against emotions he'd thought long buried. I can't protect everyone all the time. I'm not asking you to, her voice softened. But I can't run from this, Harvey. I won't. The use of his given name again, deliberate this time. He faced her, finding her closer than expected. The lamplight gilded her features, revealing determination alongside fear she wasn't bothering to hide. You're the most stubborn woman I've ever met, he said, the accusation lacking heat. Consider my teacher. Her smile was tentative. You're rather obstinate yourself. Something shifted between them, a recognition, a possibility. Her eyes dropped to his mouth, then back to his eyes, a question in them that stirred embers he'd thought long cold. Harvey stepped back abruptly. I'll keep watch outside tonight. Harvey? Good night, Miss Hart. He escaped into the darkness, his heart pounding with emotions he couldn't afford. Attachment was weakness. Weakness got people killed. The night passed without incident, but Harvey's vigilance didn't waver. By morning, exhaustion dragged at him, yet he escorted Florence to school as usual. Children arrived, lessons proceeded. Florence taught with her characteristic enthusiasm, though Harvey noted the frequent glances she cast toward the windows. Shortly after noon, a commotion outside drew their attention. Mayor Collier hurried up the path, his face ashen. Thomas Jenkins is missing, he announced, breathing heavily. His mother says he never arrived at school this morning, Florence paled. But I marked him, absent. I assumed he was ill. His mother sent him with his lunch pail at 8 o'clock. Collier's eyes shifted to Harvey. She found this nailed to their door an hour ago. The note contained a single sentence. Education has its price. Tate, Harvey growled. Florence pressed a hand to her mouth. This is because of me. No, Harvey countered firmly. This is because Tate is a monster who uses children as pawns. Gather the other students and take them to the church. Stay with Reverend Kane until I return. Where are you going? Collier asked. To find Thomas. Florence caught his arm. Harvey, Tate wants you to come after him. It's a trap. I know. He gently removed her hand. But Thomas is still alive. Tate wants leverage, not a body. Let me come with you, she pleaded. I'm the one he wants to intimidate. Absolutely not. His tone brooked no argument. Your job is to protect the other children. Mine is to bring Thomas back. Her amber eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Promise me you'll be careful. I'm always careful. The lie came easily. Harvey tracked Tate's men to an abandoned silver mine 3 miles outside town. The entrance was poorly guarded, an intentional invitation. He dispatched the sentries silently, using the hilt of his knife rather than the blade. This wasn't about killing, it was about the boy. The mineshaft descended into darkness, the air growing damp and cold as he ventured deeper. Voices echoed from a side chamber, including a child's frightened sob. Harvey assessed his options. 5 men based on the voices. 1 terrified boy. A confined space with limited visibility. The odds were poor, but he'd faced worse. He removed his boots, setting them aside to enable silent movement on the rocky floor. Then he drew his revolver, checked the loads, and slipped into the shadows. The first man fell to a blow to the base of his skull. The second turned at the sound of his companion collapsing and received Harvey's fist to his throat. Both would live, but neither would participate further. 3 remaining. In the chamber ahead, lantern light spilled across a macabre tableau. Thomas sat bound to a chair, tears streaking his dirty face. Tate himself lounged nearby, watching as one of his men played with a knife. deliberately frightening the boy. "Thought you'd come alone," Tate called out, not bothering to look toward the entrance where Harvey stood. "Predictable." "Let the boy go, Tate. Your quarrel's with me." "My quarrel's with anyone who challenges my authority in Silver Creek." Tate finally turned, his eyes glinting in the lantern light. The schoolteacher refuses to leave. Perhaps seeing what happened to her favourite pupil will change her mind. Thomas whimpered as the knife-wielding man drew the blade across the boy's cheek, not cutting, but threatening. "Last chance," Harvey warned, his gun trained on Tate. "You won't risk hitting the boy," Tate smirked. "And my men have clear shots at you," Harvey smiled, thinly. "Who said anything about shooting?" He kicked the lantern, plunging the chamber into darkness. Gunfire erupted immediately, bullets striking stone as Harvey dropped to the ground. He crawled forward, guided by Thomas's terrified cries, and reached the boy's chair. "It's Mr. Davenport," he whispered, cutting the ropes. "Stay down." A bullet grazed his shoulder as he shielded the child with his body. Harvey returned fire, aiming at the muzzle flashes. A scream confirmed at least one hit. "Can't hide forever, Davenport," Tate's voice echoed. "Don't need forever." Harvey guided Thomas toward the entrance. Just long enough. Another shot rang out. Pain exploded in Harvey's side as the bullet found flesh. He staggered but remained upright, pushing Thomas ahead of him. "Run," he commanded, turning back to cover their retreat. Harvey fired 3 rapid shots, forcing Tate and his remaining man into cover. Then he backed away, following Thomas up the shaft toward daylight. They nearly reached the entrance when Harvey stumbled, the blood loss taking its toll. He fell to one knee, vision swimming. "Mr. Davenport," Thomas cried, turning back. "Keep going," Harvey gasped. "Get help." The boy hesitated, then bolted for the entrance. Footsteps approached from behind. Tate, coming to finish what he'd started. Harvey summoned his remaining strength and turned, gun raised. Tate emerged from the shadows, his own weapon levelled. "Should have minded your own business, bounty hunter." "The children are my business now," Harvey replied, his finger tightening on the trigger. 2 shots thundered in the narrow passage. Harvey felt the impact like a mule kick to his chest. He slumped against the wall, watching with detached fascination as Tate collapsed, a crimson stain spreading across his shirt. Darkness crept into the edges of Harvey's vision. His last conscious thought was of Florence, her amber eyes, her stubborn hope, her belief that even the most bitter soul could find redemption. He hoped she was right. Harvey dreamed of Bitter Creek, not the blood and gunfire that haunted his usual nightmares, but the moments before. Catherine's laugh as she tucked a flower behind Emma's ear, his daughter's gap-toothed smile when she spotted him waiting by the stagecoach. "They're beautiful," a voice said, not from the dream but somewhere beyond it. Harvey struggled toward consciousness, fighting through layers of pain. He opened his eyes to find Florence beside his bed, her fingers gently intertwined with his. "Catherine and Emma," he rasped, his throat desert dry. "You were in my dream." She reached for a water glass. "You spoke their names." Supporting his head, she helped him drink. "Dr. Whitman wasn't sure you'd wake up." Memory returned in jagged pieces. The mine, gunfire, Tate. "Thomas?" "Safe." Her smile trembled. "You saved him, Harvey. He hasn't stopped telling everyone how you fought off 100 outlaws in the dark." Harvey tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Pain lanced through his chest and side, stealing his breath. "Don't," Florence pressed him back gently. "The bullet missed your heart by less than an inch. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Tate, dead." Her expression held no joy in the news, only tired relief. His remaining men fled Silver Creek afterward. The town is organising a proper sheriff's office now that his shadow's lifted. Harvey's eyes travelled past her to the unfamiliar room. "Where am I?" "My home." At his questioning look, she continued. "The doctor's office was unsuitable for extended recovery, and the hotel is too noisy. I have the spare room, so... She shrugged, a faint blush colouring her cheeks. Your reputation is the least of my concerns. Her tone brooked no argument. Reverend Kane visits daily to check on you, which provides sufficient propriety to satisfy the gossips. Harvey managed a weak smile. You've thought of everything. Not everything, her expression grew serious. I never considered you might die protecting us. That possibility, her voice faltered. It wasn't acceptable. Something in her gaze, vulnerability mixed with fierce determination, stirred emotions he'd kept buried for years. Harvey looked away, uncomfortable with their intensity. It's my job, he said gruffly. Is it? Florence challenged softly. Mayor Collier hired you to watch over me, not to confront Tate alone or risk your life for Thomas. When he didn't respond, she continued. You pretend to be untouched by what happens around you, Harvey Davenport, but your actions reveal a different truth. Don't make me into something I'm not, he muttered. I'm not a hero. I never said you were. Her fingers tightened around his. Heroes exist in storybooks, Harvey. I'm talking about a man who couldn't walk away when a child was in danger, even when it would have been easier, safer. I've walked away from plenty. Perhaps, she acknowledged, but not this time. Not from us. The word hung between them. Us. Small but significant. Harvey found himself unable to deny its truth. Somewhere between reluctant protection and genuine care, these people had become his responsibility, his choice. You should rest, Florence said, rising. The children made you cards. I'll bring them later. As she reached the door, Harvey called out, Florence. She turned, silhouetted in the doorframe. Thank you, he said simply. Her smile was radiant. You're welcome. Recovery was neither quick nor painless. Harvey chafed at confinement, his restless nature ill-suited to invalidism. Florence proved both a gentle nurse and an implacable warden, insisting he follow Dr. Whitman's instructions to the letter. The children visited daily, bringing drawings, wild flowers, and endless questions about his adventures. Harvey found himself sharing carefully edited stories from his travels, omitting the violence but preserving the wonder of distant mountains and prairie, vastness. You're good with them, Florence observed one evening after shooing away the last persistent visitor. They adore you. Harvey, now able to sit in a chair by the window, watched a hawk circle above the distant hills. Children are easy. They haven't learned to hide their feelings yet. Unlike certain adults I know. She settled across from him, her hands busy with mending. Dr. Whitman says you can return to light duties next week. Something twisted in Harvey's chest that had nothing to do with his healing wound. I suppose Mayor Collier will be reducing my wages, given the threats eliminated. Florence's needle paused mid-stitch. Actually, the town council voted to maintain your position through winter. The security for the school. That seems unnecessary now. Perhaps. She resumed sewing, not meeting his eyes. Or perhaps they recognise the value of your presence beyond mere protection. And you? The question escaped before he could reconsider. What do you think? Now she looked up, her expression unguarded. I think you belong here, Harvey. I think you've been wandering long enough. He turned back to the window, unwilling to let her see how deeply her words affected him. I'm not suited for settled life. Aren't you? Her voice held gentle challenge. These past weeks, despite your injuries, you've seemed more at peace than when you arrived. Pain has a clarifying effect, he deflected. So does purpose. She set aside her sewing and moved to stand beside him at the window. You've been running from happiness because losing it once nearly destroyed you. Her insight was too accurate, too raw. Florence. I know about loss, Harvey. Her voice softened. Not like yours, but enough to understand that grief changes us. It doesn't have to diminish us. And if I can't be what you need... The question revealed more than he intended. I'm not asking you to be anything other than who you are, she touched his shoulder lightly, but I am asking you to stop pretending you don't care. Their gazes held, the moment stretching between them like a tightrope. Harvey found himself leaning toward her, drawn by something he'd thought long dead within him. A knock at the door shattered the moment. Florence stepped back, colour rising in her cheeks. That will be Reverend Kane for his evening visit. As she went to answer the door, Harvey remained at the window, his heart pounding with emotions both familiar and terrifying. What Florence offered wasn't just connection, but possibility. A future he'd convinced himself was forever closed to him. But wanting something and deserving it were different matters entirely. By the following week, Harvey had moved back to his room at the hotel, though he took his meals with Florence most evenings. The school thrived, with 3 new families enrolling children now that Tate's shadow no longer loomed over the town. One crisp October afternoon, Harvey sat on the schoolhouse steps whittling a small wooden bird while waiting for Florence to finish organising her classroom. The scent of approaching snow hung in the air, a promise of winter's imminent arrival. Mayor Collier approached, his breath fogging in the chill. "Davenport, good to see you on your feet." Harvey nodded acknowledgement. "Something I can help you with, Mayor?" "Actually, yes." Collier looked uncharacteristically hesitant. "The town council met yesterday. We'd like to offer you a position. I'm already employed until December. This would be permanent. Silver Creek needs a sheriff, someone who can maintain order without—" He adjusted his spectacles. "Without Tate's methods." Harvey stared at the man. "I'm a bounty hunter, not a peacekeeper." "You've been more than that these past months," Collier gestured toward the schoolhouse. "What you did for Thomas, for all the children, that's the kind of law this town needs. Firm but just." "I'm not staying in Silver Creek, aren't you?" Collier's gaze was knowing. "Miss Hart seems to think otherwise." Heat rose in Harvey's neck. "Florence doesn't speak for me." "Perhaps not," the mayor conceded. "But she sees what the rest of us do. A man who's found something worth protecting." He placed a sheriff's badge on the step beside Harvey. "Think about it." As Collier departed, Florence emerged from the schoolhouse. "Was that the mayor I heard?" Harvey pocketed the badge before she could see it. "Just checking on my recovery." Her smile suggested she didn't quite believe him. "I was thinking we might visit that new photographer in Miller's Crossing this weekend. The children have been asking for a class portrait before winter sets in." "Makes sense," Harvey agreed. His mind still caught on Collier's offer. Sheriff of Silver Creek. The idea was simultaneously absurd and compelling. "You seem distracted," Florence observed, sitting beside him. "Just thinking about winter," he half lied. "Stage routes get unpredictable once the snow falls." Understanding dawned in her eyes. "You're considering leaving." "My work here is finished." The words felt hollow even as he spoke them. "Is it?" Her voice remained steady, but he caught the slight tremble in her hands as she adjusted her shawl. "Tate may be gone, but Silver Creek still needs good men. I'm not. If you say you're not a good man one more time, Harvey Davenport, I may be forced to take drastic measures." Despite her light tone, her eyes held intensity. "I've watched you with the children. I've seen how this town responds to you now, with respect, not fear. Don't tell me who you think you are. I know who you've shown yourself to be." Her conviction staggered him. In her eyes he glimpsed not the man he'd been, but the man he could become, if he had the courage to claim that future. "I've been alone a long time, Florence," he said finally. "I'm not sure I remember how to be anything else." "You're not alone anymore," she covered his scarred hand with her own. "Unless you choose to be." The simplicity of her statement belied its profound challenge. Harvey looked down at their joined hands, hers smooth from chalk and books, his rough from years of hard living. Different paths that had somehow converged in this unlikely place. I don't want to fail you, he admitted quietly. Then don't. She smiled. I'm not asking for guarantees, Harvey. Love isn't about certainties. It's about choosing each other every day, even when it's difficult. Especially then. The word hung between them. Love. Neither questioned nor explained. Harvey felt something long dormant unfurl within him, fragile as a spring leaf but undeniably alive. Slowly, deliberately, he leaned forward and kissed her. Not the desperate, confused kiss they'd almost shared weeks ago, but a conscious choice, a beginning rather than an escape. When they parted, Florence's eyes shimmered with emotion. Does this mean you're staying? Harvey reached into his pocket, removing the sheriff's badge. Collier offered me a job. And? Her breath caught. And I'm considering it. He traced the badge's edges thoughtfully. If I took it, I'd be committed to Silver Creek, to building something here. With me? The vulnerability in her question pierced him. Only with you, he confirmed, the last of his defences crumbling. I can't promise I'll be good at it, at any of it, but I want to try. Florence's smile rivaled the setting sun for brilliance. That's all anyone can ask, Harvey. She leaned against him, her head finding the hollow of his shoulder as if it belonged there. That's all I'm asking. They remained on the schoolhouse steps as twilight deepened around them, speaking quietly of practical matters, the sheriff's lodgings, winter preparations, the Christmas pageant Florence planned for her students. Ordinary conversations, everyday concerns, the building blocks of a shared life. For the first time in 8 years, Harvey allowed himself to imagine a future, beyond the next bounty, the next town, a future with roots and purpose, with love. He knew there would be challenges ahead. His nightmares wouldn't vanish overnight. His past would follow him even in this new beginning. But as Florence's hand remained steady in his, Harvey felt something he'd abandoned at Bitter Creek finally return. Hope. 1 year later, December 1886. Snow-blanketed Silver Creek in hushed white, transforming the frontier town into a scene from a Christmas card. Garlands of pine-decorated storefronts and lanterns cast golden pools across fresh-fallen snow as townsfolk hurried through the early evening darkness. In the newly expanded schoolhouse, excitement buzzed like electricity. Children in their Sunday best practiced songs and recitations, while parents arranged benches and hung paper stars from the rafters. The Christmas pageant, Florence's ambitious vision brought to life through weeks of preparation, would begin in less than an hour. Sheriff Harvey Davenport leaned against the back wall, watching the controlled chaos with amused tolerance. His silver badge caught the lamplight as he absently fingered the small box in his pocket for perhaps the 20th time that evening. "Nervous, Sheriff?" Reverend Kane asked, appearing beside him with 2 steaming cups. He offered one to Harvey. "Cider, Mrs. Peterson's special recipe." "Appreciate it." Harvey accepted the drink. "And I'm not nervous." The Reverend's knowing smile suggested otherwise. "Of course not. I imagine proposing marriage is routine for a man who's faced down outlaws." Harvey nearly choked on his cider. "Who told you?" "No one needed to tell me," Kane chuckled. "You've been carrying that ring box for 3 days, checking your pocket every few minutes like it might sprout legs and run away." Harvey sighed. Small towns and their observant residents would be the death of him. "I was waiting for the right moment." "After tonight's pageant would be ideal," Kane suggested, "when she's flush with success and surrounded by the community you've both helped build." He patted Harvey's shoulder. "She'll say yes, you know." Before Harvey could respond, a crash from the front of the room drew their attention. One of the larger paper stars had fallen, taking a garland down with it. Florence hurried to address the minor disaster, her green dress swirling around her ankles as she directed repairs with characteristic efficiency. She caught Harvey watching and flashed him a smile that still, after a year, sent heat through his chest. He raised his cup in silent salute, marvelling at how completely she'd transformed not just the school, but the entire town, and him most of all. The past year had brought changes neither could have predicted that autumn day on the schoolhouse steps. Harvey's transition from bounty hunter to sheriff had raised eyebrows initially, but his fair-minded approach to law enforcement gradually won respect. He worked with neighbouring towns to establish regular patrols, making the stage routes safer for travellers and commerce alike. Florence's school flourished, expanding to 2 rooms with the addition of Miss Collins, a young teacher from Denver who shared Florence's progressive ideas about education. Together they'd established Silver Creek's first lending library, operating from a corner of the general store until a proper building could be constructed. Their courtship had progressed with a blend of public propriety and private intensity that still made Harvey's collar feel tight when he thought about it. Florence, to his continual amazement, loved him, not despite his scars, both visible and hidden, but as an integral part of who he was. She never flinched from his darkest memories, never pretended his past hadn't shaped him. In return, he supported her ambitions without reservation, even when they challenged convention. When she proposed evening classes for adults who wished to improve their reading, Harvey was the first to volunteer his time. When she advocated for women's suffrage at a town meeting, he stood beside her, silently daring anyone to object. They balanced each other, her optimism tempering his pragmatism, his caution anchoring her idealism. They argued, certainly. Florence remained stubbornly idealistic about human nature, while Harvey's ingrained suspicions sometimes proved difficult to overcome. But they always found their way back to common ground, stronger for the journey. Sheriff? Thomas Jenkins, now 11 and sporting his first proper suit, interrupted Harvey's reflections. Miss Hart says we need more chairs. There's folks coming from Peterson's Ridge and Miller's Crossing. I'll handle it, Harvey assured him, handing his empty cup to Reverend Kane. Tell Miss Hart not to worry. As he organised a group of men to bring additional seating from the church, Harvey marvelled at the change in Thomas. The terrified boy from the mine had grown into a confident young man who excelled in mathematics and talked of becoming an engineer. Harvey had begun teaching him to track and shoot, skills still necessary in Montana Territory, but Thomas's true passion was for building and design. He'd sketched plans for the schoolhouse expansion that had impressed even the professional carpenter brought in from Helena. Florence predicted Thomas would design bridges or buildings in Chicago someday, and Harvey didn't doubt it. The boy had a future limited only by opportunity, not circumstance. Exactly what Florence had envisioned for her students. By the time the pageant began, the schoolhouse overflowed with attendees. Harvey stood at the back, preferring to maintain a view of both the performance and the crowd. Old habits died hard, even in times of celebration. Florence took centre stage, her smile radiant as she welcomed families from 3 communities. Tonight, we celebrate not just the Christmas season, but the power of education to unite us across differences and distances. As she spoke, Harvey surveyed the audience. Ranchers sat alongside shopkeepers. A Chinese family who'd opened Silver Creek's laundry occupied front row seats, their daughter playing Mary in the nativity scene. Former adversaries who'd stood on opposite sides during Tate's reign now exchanged friendly nods. The community Florence had envisioned was taking shape, imperfect but striving, diverse but finding common purpose. The performances proceeded with the charming imperfection of children's pageants everywhere. Lines were forgotten, songs occasionally veered off key, and the cardboard Star of Bethlehem briefly caught fire from a nearby candle before Harvey swiftly extinguished it. Throughout it all, Florence beamed with pride at her students, meeting Harvey's gaze occasionally with looks that spoke volumes. This moment, this place, these people was what they'd built together. After the final carol, as families mingled and enjoyed refreshments, Florence made her way to Harvey's side. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, a few strands of honey-brown hair escaping her careful arrangement. "Was it wonderful?" she asked, slipping her hand into his. "Tell me honestly." "It was perfect," he assured her, and meant it. "You've accomplished something remarkable here, Florence." She squeezed his hand. "We have. I couldn't have done any of this without you." "I think you underestimate yourself." He guided her toward the door. "Take a walk with me. I need some air." Outside, the night had turned crisp and clear, stars pricking the velvet darkness above freshly fallen snow. Their breath formed clouds in the still air as they followed the path toward the small gazebo the town had built in the square that summer. "You're awfully quiet," Florence observed as they reached the shelter. "Is something troubling you?" Harvey shook his head, gathering his thoughts. He'd never been particularly eloquent, but she deserved better than stumbling words for what he needed to say. "I've been thinking about promises," he began, turning to face her. "About the ones we make to others and the ones we make to ourselves." Florence's expression softened as she recognized his serious tone. "What promises are on your mind tonight?" 8 years ago, I promised myself I'd never risk loving anyone again." He took both her hands in his. "It seemed safer. For me, for them. Loss had nearly destroyed me once." She remained silent, allowing him space to continue. "But then you arrived with your books and your stubborn belief in possibility." A smile tugged at his mouth. "You challenged everything I thought I knew about myself." "I simply saw what was already there," she murmured. Harvey shook his head. "You saw what could be there, and somehow, impossibly, you made me see it too." He released one of her hands to reach into his pocket, withdrawing the small box that had been his constant companion for days. Florence's eyes widened as understanding dawned. "I can't promise that loving me will always be easy," Harvey said, opening the box to reveal a modest diamond set in silver. "I'm still learning how to do this, how to build a life instead of just surviving one. But I can promise that I'll choose you, Florence Hart, every day, through whatever comes." Tears spilled onto her cheeks, catching the starlight. "Harvey Davenport, are you asking me to marry you?" "I believe I am," he confirmed, sudden nervousness making his voice rougher than intended, though apparently I'm making a mess of it. "No," she whispered, touching his face with gentle fingers. "You're doing it perfectly." "Is that a yes?" Her laugh was like music in the winter stillness. "Yes, absolutely. Unreservedly yes." Harvey slipped the ring onto her finger, his hand steadier than he'd expected. Then he drew her close, sealing their promise with a kiss that spoke of journeys ended and journeys yet to begin. When they parted, Florence's eyes reflected both joy and mischief. "I suppose this means I'll have to become respectable Mrs. Davenport, the sheriff's wife." "Heaven forbid," Harvey replied with mock horror. "I fell in love with Florence Hart, the woman who stands her ground against any challenge. I expect her to continue causing the occasional uproar." "Only occasional?" She raised an eyebrow. "I have plans for a women's literary society that will positively scandalize Mrs. Peterson." Harvey laughed, the sound startling a nearby crow from its perch. "I wouldn't have it any other way." They walked back toward the schoolhouse, arm in arm beneath the winter stars. Behind them, their footprints marked a shared path across the snow. 2 trails converged into one, stretching toward the future they would build together. In the distance, Silver Creek's lights welcomed them home. Not the home Harvey had lost, but the one he'd found when he least expected it. Not the life he'd planned, but the one that had found him anyway. As they reached the schoolhouse, "Steps," Florence paused, looking up at him with quiet wonder. "Are you happy, Harvey? Truly?" He considered the question with the honesty they'd always shared. The grief of Bitter Creek would never fully leave him. Catherine and Emma would remain in his heart, cherished memories rather than open wounds. But alongside that old sorrow now lived joy, purpose and love, a fullness he'd thought forever beyond his reach. "Yes," he said simply, "I am." And in that moment, beneath a bright winter moon that no longer seemed bitter at all, Harvey Davenport knew it was the truest thing he'd ever said. The voice between us. The air in the archival basement held its breath. Emma Wolfe had learned to work in silence, a kind that settled between heartbeats, that made the scratch of her restoration tools sound like thunder against the perpetual hush. Temperature, 65 degrees. Humidity, 40%. Light, minimal. Everything calibrated for preservation, for keeping the dead from crumbling further into dust. Down here, 3 stories beneath the university library, time moved differently. Slower, more reverent. Emma had been restoring early 20th century recordings for 4 years now, her days spent in the company of voices that no longer belonged to bodies, singing songs for audiences long turned to ash. She'd learned to treat sound as artifact, to separate the technical from the emotional, to hear a voice without imagining the throat that produced it. Until today. She lifted the shellac disc from its sleeve with gloved hands, noting the wear patterns, the slight warp near the centre. 1936. Unmarked. Someone, probably her predecessor, who'd had no patience for incomplete cataloguing, had labelled it simply as unidentified soprano, Vienna, Puccini aria. The kind of mystery that should have intrigued her professionally, but instead sat in the to-be-researched pile for months. She almost hadn't played it. Had a dozen other restorations waiting, each with proper provenance, each with actual historical value. But the sleeve was beautiful, Art Nouveau flowers fading into brown paper, and she'd been curious about the weight of it, the way it sat heavy in her hands like grief. Emma placed the disc on the turntable, set the needle with the precision of surgery, adjusted the horn's angle for optimal acoustics. She'd performed this ritual thousands of times. It should have felt routine. But the moment the needle found its groove and the voice emerged from the gramophone's brass throat, Emma knew. The voice was imperfect, breath audible between phrases, vibrato barely controlled, a hairline crack in the upper register where the soprano pushed too hard, wanted too much. Technically, it shouldn't move anyone. Technically, by every measure of professional training Emma had received, it was flawed. But Emma's hands stopped moving. The cotton swab she'd been using to clean another disc fell from her fingers, rolled across the workbench, dropped to the floor. She didn't notice. She knew this voice. Had heard it hum absently over breakfast tea, murmur recipes in German while kneading bread, go abruptly silent when memory pressed too close. For 26 years she'd lived with a grandmother who spoke little and sang never, who seemed to prefer the company of books to people, restraint to revelation, who wore silence like other women wore pearls. But this was her grandmother's voice, 50 years younger, unguarded, singing Tosca's desperate prayer, as though she believed someone was listening, as though love might be returned simply for being offered, as though the future hadn't yet taught her that some things once given could never be reclaimed. Vici date, vici d'amore, the voice sang. I lived for art, I lived for love. The past tense felt like prophecy. Emma played it again, and again. By the 4th repetition, she'd stopped pretending she was doing restoration work and admitted she was eavesdropping on a version of her grandmother she'd never been allowed to meet. That evening, Emma climbed the 3 flights to her grandmother's apartment with the unmarked sleeve in her bag and her heart performing arrhythmias. The building was pre-war, with radiators that clanked like percussion and hallways that smelled of cabbage and old carpet. Helene had lived here for 40 years, in the same rent-controlled two-bedroom with the same furniture Emma remembered from childhood. Everything precisely placed, nothing excessive, each object earning its space through utility or beauty. Helene Wolfe sat by the window with her usual tea in her usual chair, spine straight as a blade, hands folded in her lap like a prayer no one would answer. At 73 she remained handsome rather than beautiful, her face all elegant bones and discipline. She wore her silver hair in a bun so severe it looked painful. Her posture suggested a woman who'd learned young that to bend was to break, so she'd simply stopped bending. She looked up when Emma entered, and something in her granddaughter's face must have signalled danger, because she set down the book she'd been reading, Rilke in German, always Rilke, without marking her place. "I found something today." Emma didn't sit, couldn't sit. She felt like she was confessing to a crime, though she couldn't name which one. A recording from Vienna, 1936. Helene's teacup paused halfway to her lips. The pause lasted 3 seconds, which was 2 seconds longer than necessary. 2 seconds during which Emma could see her grandmother calculating what to admit, what to deny, what truths could survive exposure to air. "Did you?" Not a question. Helene's voice remained steady, but her hand trembled microscopically against the china. Tea rippled like a seismograph detecting distant earthquakes. The singer used a false name, or no name at all. Emma waited, watching her grandmother's face for cracks. "But I know your voice, Oma. I've known it my entire life. It's you." The cup completed its journey. Helen drank, swallowed, set the china down with the precision of someone who'd learned to control everything but her past. When she finally met Emma's eyes, there was no denial in her face, only a stillness so complete it felt like confession, like the moment before a building collapses when all the weight shifts and everyone inside knows but cannot yet move. "What do you want to know?" Helene asked. "Everything," Emma thought. "Why you stopped? Why you never told me? Why you fled Vienna? Who was listening when you sang like that? Who taught you to sound like your heart was breaking in 3/4 time?" But what she said was, "Why does it sound like you're singing to someone who can't answer?" Helene's mouth softened at the corners. Not quite a smile, too knowing for grief, too ancient for mere sadness. Her eyes went distant, focusing on something 50 years past and an ocean away. "Because I was." The restoration became Emma's obsession, though she pretended otherwise. She told herself it was professional curiosity, a musicological puzzle, a mystery of attribution that needed solving. She submitted paperwork requesting extended access to specialized equipment. She drafted research proposals about anonymous Vienna performers. She created elaborate spreadsheets of plausible matches, but nights found her hunched over the workbench long after her colleagues had gone home, headphones pressed to her ears until they ached, learning to hear what lay beneath the notes, learning to hear her grandmother as a stranger, as a woman, as someone who'd once been young enough to believe in happy endings. Between the phrases she heard breath, not the controlled breathing of professional technique, but something more raw, more desperate. In the vibrato, hesitation. The aria was Puccini, Vici d'arte, Tosca's prayer before she murders the man who would rape her. But her grandmother sang it like a question no deity would answer, like a woman asking why love and devotion must guarantee suffering, why purity of heart cannot protect against pain. Emma began to notice things a casual listener would miss, how the tempo pulled against itself, as though the singer wanted both to rush forward toward some imagined resolution and to linger in these last moments of not yet knowing. How certain words received more air, more weight. Vici d'arte, I lived for art. Vici d'amore, I lived for love. Non feci mai male ad anima viva. I never hurt a living soul. The past tense mattered. The defensive tone mattered more. On her third visit to her grandmother's apartment, each one scheduled now, formal, Emma bringing pastries from the Austrian bakery, Helene pretended not to care about but always ate. Helene started talking. I was nobody, she said, stirring sugar into tea with methodical precision. Daughter of a watchmaker in Graz. He fixed timepieces for people who could afford to care about minutes. Voice lessons paid for by a patron who heard me sing in church and thought I had potential worth investing in. I had technique but no connections, no name that mattered, no family with money or influence. So when the Staatsoper offered me small roles, walk-ons, understudies, chorus work, I took them. I was grateful. Do you understand? Actually grateful to scrub floors in exchange for the chance to sing Carmen Cigarette Girls. And the alias? Protection. For him, primarily, but also for myself. Helene's fingers traced the rim of her teacup, around and around, a gesture. So unconscious, Emma wondered how many thousands of times she'd performed it, working anxiety into porcelain. In Vienna, reputation was currency. A soprano who sang well and behaved properly might advance, might catch the eye of important directors, might be invited to auditions that mattered. A soprano who loved unwisely would disappear, not dramatically, not with scandal, just quietly. No more roles, no more recommendations. The opera world is small, Emma. Everyone knows everyone. Shame travels faster than talent. Emma heard the edit in that sentence, the word scandal replaced with something softer, the way you learn to talk around old wounds. Who was he? The conductor. Helene said it without hesitation, as though the secret had been aging so long in silence it no longer stung to speak aloud, as though after 50 years the statute of limitations on heartbreak had finally expired. Maximilian Adler. Everyone called him Max. Married, prominent, Jewish, though this was 1935, 1936, and such things weren't yet openly dangerous the way they would become. He conducted with the precision of a mathematician and the heart of a poet, which shouldn't be possible but was. I fell in love with his hands first, how they shaped silence into meaning, how they could make an orchestra breathe as one body. Emma tried to picture it, her grandmother young, in love, singing night after night for a man who couldn't claim her, couldn't even applaud her without revealing too much. Did he know? Oh, he knew. Helene's smile turned rueful. Music doesn't lie, Emma. You cannot sing Puccini for a man and pretend indifference. Every rehearsal was a conversation we couldn't have in words. Every performance was a love letter I couldn't send. The intimacy of it struck Emma physical. How desire could live entirely in the space between baton and breath, between his direction and her voice. How two people could be lovers without ever touching. Did you ever kiss him? Helene asked. Almost. Once. After a particularly successful Tosca, I'd sung better than I ever knew I could. Found notes I didn't know I possessed. Sustained phrases that should have been impossible. The audience wouldn't stop applauding. 14 curtain calls. Flowers covering the stage. The director was ecstatic, already talking about extending my contract. She paused, poured more tea with hands that still, after all these years, knew exactly how to avoid trembling. But all I could think was that Max had pulled that performance from me, had conducted me into transcendence. I'd watched his hands all night, followed every gesture, every subtle shift in tempo, and somehow he'd made me more than I was. That's what a great conductor does. He doesn't just lead, he transforms. What happened after? We were alone in the rehearsal room. The orchestra had packed up and left. The stage crew was striking sets, but the music wing was empty. We stood in this bubble of aftermath, both of us still trembling with adrenaline, with the memory of what we'd just created together. Helene's eyes closed, and Emma knew she was seeing it again. Not remembering, but actually seeing, the way trauma stays vivid but joy fades unless you tend it. He stood close enough that I could smell the pomade in his hair, bay rum, old-fashioned even then. Could see where he'd cut himself shaving that morning. There was a tiny piece of tissue paper still stuck to his jaw, brown with dried blood. I wanted to remove it, wanted to touch him so badly my hands actually ached. Did you? No, but I wanted to. God, how I wanted to. His hand came up. She demonstrated, palm hovering beside her own face, fingers extended but not quite making contact. He was going to cut my cheek. I could see the intention in his body, the way his weight shifted forward, and I knew if he touched me, I would lean into it, would turn my face into his palm, would cross whatever boundary we'd been maintaining between professional and personal. So what stopped you? He did. His hand just stopped, hung there in the air between us, close enough that I could feel the heat of his skin across the gap, could hear his breathing change, deepen. We stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably 30 seconds. Time does strange things when you're that close to something you want but can't have. Then what? Someone applauded from the balcony, one of the cleaning staff who'd stayed late to watch rehearsal, an old woman, probably 60, 70. She'd seen the whole thing, or enough of it, and just like that, we remembered where we were, who we were, what we couldn't be. Max dropped his hand, took 2 steps back, said, "Excellent work tonight, Fräulein Weber," in this perfectly professional voice, and walked away. Did he look back? No, neither of us did. Looking back would have been acknowledgement, and we couldn't afford that. How long did this go on? Season. Autumn through spring. September 1935 to May 1936. Helene's voice went distant, as though reading dates from a ledger that had been locked away for decades. 8 months of singing with a man who heard me more clearly than anyone ever has before or since. 8 months of being known in a way that had nothing to do with words. She refilled both their teacups, though neither had finished the first pour. That was the real intimacy, you understand. Not touch, but recognition. He knew my voice better than I knew it myself. Could tell from the first warm-up note of rehearsal whether I'd slept well the night before, whether I was happy, whether I was thinking of him. And I could read him through his conducting. Desire in the tempo he set, always slightly faster when he was agitated, when he'd been thinking about me. Frustration in how hard he struck the downbeat. Longing in the spaces he left between movements, the silences that lasted 1 beat too long. You never talked. About it? Once. Only once. It was December, snowing. Vienna was beautiful in that way that makes you forget about politics and danger. We were in his office after everyone had left. He was marking scores and I was supposed to be leaving, but I lingered. Finally he said, without looking up, "This cannot continue." What did you say? I said I know, because I did know. We both knew. It was unsustainable, this thing we were doing. This almost love, this maybe affair that existed only in music. But knowing something should end and being able to end it are 2 different things. So it continued. For 5 more months, through Christmas, I spent it alone in my boarding room, imagining him with Eva and her family. Through carnival season, when the whole city pretended to be happy. Through Lent, when we sang more sacred music and I had to pretend Handel's passion settings weren't about the agony of unconsummated love. And then came March, the Anschluss. Everything changed. Emma waited. This was the part of history she knew from textbooks, but she'd never considered how her grandmother had lived through it, what it had meant personally. The Nazis marched in on March 12th. Within days, Jewish musicians were being dismissed. Max got his notice on March 15th. He had 2 weeks to settle his affairs and leave the country. The Philharmonic, this orchestra he'd built, musicians he'd trained, they just let him go. Some of them had been his friends. They gave him a farewell dinner, shook his hand, wished him well, and went back to work under new management. Her voice had gone flat, factual, as though emotion would complicate the telling. He came to find me 3 days before he was supposed to leave for London, asked me to come with him, said he'd leave Eva with her family. They had money, connections, she'd be safe. We could go to London together, to America, anywhere. He said, "I love you," for the first time out loud after 8 months of saying it, through music. What did you say? I said no. Emma found the conductor's name in a margin note on a score tucked inside the recording sleeve. For H, you sang like you understood. Signed, M. Adler, Maximilian Adler. She found him in the Vienna Philharmonic archives, conductor from 1933 to 1938, when he fled to London ahead of the Anschluss. Married to Eva Adler, née Blumenthal, daughter of a prominent banking family, no children. Emma brought the score to her grandmother's apartment on a Thursday evening. Helene took it in her hands like it might detonate. "You knew Eva," Emma said. It wasn't a question. Everyone knew Eva. Helene's thumb traced the margin note. Beautiful, intelligent, fragile in ways that weren't visible until you looked closely. Her family had already lost one daughter to melancholy, the kind that ends in bathtubs and opened veins. Eva was delicate. The marriage protected her in multiple ways. Did she know about you? I don't know. Max never said. But I think, yes. I think she knew and chose to say nothing because the alternative was worse. Helene set the score down carefully. He loved her, Emma. Not the way he loved me, perhaps, but love nonetheless. He loved her gently, protectively, the way you love something precious that might break. And you? I loved recklessly, completely, the way you love when you're 23 and believe desire alone can remake the world. Helene's laugh was soft, bitter. He asked me to leave with him in March of 1938, when it became clear what was coming. He said we could go to London, to America, anywhere. He would leave Eva with her family's money and protections. We would be free. But you didn't go. No. Why? Helene stood, walked to the window. Outside, rain had started. The kind of thin, persistent rain that made the city look like a memory of itself. Because Eva would have died, she said finally. Not metaphorically, not eventually. Within the year, I think. And Max would have known it was our fault. Mine and his, and that knowledge would have poisoned everything we built together. Love cannot survive that kind of blood. Emma felt something shift in her chest. A recalibration of what she thought was a romance into something more complex, more devastating. Did you tell him that? I told him I wouldn't be the reason he became a man who could abandon his wife to her death, that some loves cannot be consummated without destroying what makes them worth having. Helene turned from the window. He wept. I'd never seen him weep before. Then he kissed me, once, on the forehead, like a benediction, and left. And the recording, made the week before. He wanted something to remember me by. I wanted something to remember who I'd been when I could still choose love over survival. The weight of that sentence settled over the room like snow. 3 weeks after learning about Eva, after understanding the full architecture of her grandmother's sacrifice, Emma confronted the question she'd been avoiding. Why had Helene given up music entirely? Not just the false name, not just Vienna, not just Max Adler, but singing itself. The voice that had moved audiences, that had made a man willing to remake his entire life. She found Helene in the small shared garden behind the apartment building, deadheading roses with surgical precision. It was early September, the air carrying that particular combination of warmth and melancholy that comes just before autumn. Helene wore gardening gloves and her usual cardigan despite the heat, as though she needed armour even against flowers. "Tell me about the last time you saw him," Emma said without preamble. Helene's hands stilled on the shears. A bloom, half dead, hung suspended from her fingers. She didn't turn around. I wondered when you'd asked that question. Was it the night you made the recording? No, that was professional, formal. We both knew we were creating an artifact, preserving something that was already past tense. Helene set down the shears with deliberate care, removed her gloves finger by finger. The last time was 3 days before he left Vienna, April 10th, 1938. I remember because it was a Sunday, and the churches were full of people praying for things prayer couldn't fix anymore. The weather was unseasonably warm, spring pretending summer would last forever. She sat down on the garden bench, and Emma sat beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. He came to my apartment, my boarding room really. One room, shared bath down the hall, the kind of place where ambition lives before it either succeeds or starves. We'd never been alone there before. It felt dangerous, improper, exposing. But propriety seemed absurd given what we were about to lose. Helene's voice dropped, became almost private, the way you speak when confession requires quiet. He stood in my doorway and said, "One night, give me one night, to remember when I'm old and you're a stranger." And I knew what he was asking, not for comfort, not for conquest, for the right to hold one perfect thing before letting it go forever. Emma held her breath, afraid that speaking would break whatever spell was allowing her grandmother to finally tell this. So I let him in. The garden seemed to lean closer, the roses bending as if to listen. We didn't speak much at first. Words would have made it negotiable, conditional, subject to second thoughts we couldn't afford. Instead, we moved like we were still in the opera house, him conducting, me responding, both of us performing the most important scene of our lives. Helene's hands clasped in her lap, and Emma saw they were trembling, as though the memory still had physical weight. He touched me the way he conducted, precisely, reverently, as though I were music made flesh. Started with my face, traced my cheekbones, my jaw, the line of my neck, memorizing, then my hands, turning them over, examining my fingers, the way they curved and rested. "Beautiful," he said. Just that one word. Beautiful. Emma felt heat rise in her own chest. Not embarrassment, but recognition. This was what love looked like when it finally found its body after months of pure restraint. I'd thought intimacy was knowing someone's mind, understanding their thoughts, Helen continued. But that night I learned it's also knowing someone's body, how they breathe when desperate, what sounds they make when careful control finally breaks. He undressed me slowly, his hands learning the geography of skin the way his ears had learned my voice. Every touch felt like permission granted, like a question answered yes. She paused, choosing her words with care. We made love on my narrow bed with the window open and Vienna's spring air cooling our skin. He moved inside me like he was trying to memorize the rhythm, and I found myself singing, actually singing, soft and wordless, against his shoulder. Not performance, not technique, just pure sound, pure feeling. Afterwards we lay tangled together, his hand over my heart, feeling it slow back to normal. Helene opened her eyes, looked at Emma directly. "This," he said, "this is what I'll remember. Not the fear, not the leaving. This." And I knew he was right. We'd taken one perfect thing from a world determined to destroy us, and we'd made it ours. No regime could take that. No distance could erase it. Did he stay the night? Until dawn. We didn't sleep much. Mostly we talked. Actually talked. For the first time without codes or music. He told me about growing up in Munich, about the first time he heard Mahler and realised sound could be architecture. I told him about singing in my father's watch shop, how the ticking used to drive me mad until I learned to use it as rhythm. She smiled, and it was genuine. When the sun came up, he got dressed, kissed me once, properly this time deeply, then he walked to the door and said, "If there's a recording some day, will you listen and remember I loved you?" And I said yes. And he left. I watched him from the window until he turned the corner. He didn't look back. We'd agreed he wouldn't. "And you never sang again." Helene smiled. A real smile this time, sad but not broken. I sang that night. For him. With him. In a way that had nothing to do with audiences or applause. That felt like enough. Emma understood then. Her grandmother hadn't given up music. She'd transformed it, made it private, made it holy. What happened to Eva? She survived. Max got her to London, then to New York. I heard through mutual acquaintances that she lived until 1965, longer than anyone expected. They never divorced. He never remarried after she died. I think he kept his promise to her, in his way. And you? I came to America, changed my name. Helene instead of Helena, Wolf instead of Weber. Learned to be ordinary, married your grandfather because he was kind and didn't ask about my past. Raised your mother, raised you, lived quietly. She picked up the shears again, returned to the roses. But sometimes, late at night, I'll hum that aria, and I'm 23 again, singing for a man who heard everything I meant. That doesn't fade, Emma. Love like that doesn't diminish with age. It just becomes part of your architecture. Emma spent 2 months restoring the recording to the best fidelity 1936 technology and 2025 digital restoration could achieve. She removed surface noise, balanced the frequencies, brought her grandmother's voice forward from the static. But she left in the breath, the hesitation, the places where emotion fractured technique. Those imperfections were the truth. She presented it to Helene on a Sunday morning, in the garden where roses bloomed despite the late season. The recording was now digitized, remastered, saved to a simple USB drive. "I'm going to archive this properly," Emma said. "Not under your false name, not as unidentified, as Helene Wolf, née Weber, soprano, Vienna, 1936. "No," Helene said gently. "Keep the alias. That woman, Helena Stern, she belongs to that moment. To him. Let her remain there." Emma understood. Some loves were too large to be filed correctly, too private to be made public record. "Then I'll file it as anonymous soprano, Vienna 1936, rare recording, and I'll put in the notes that it's technically imperfect but emotionally devastating." Helene laughed, a real laugh, bright and unexpected. Emotionally devastating. Yes, I like that. They sat together in the garden, 2 women separated by decades but connected by understanding. Emma thought about all the loves that never made it into history books, all the intimacies preserved only in silence and memory. "Do you regret it?" she asked, "not going with him?" Helene considered this with the seriousness it deserved. "No, because the love I had with Max was perfect, precisely because we didn't try to make it domestic. It stayed wild, immediate, untested by years and arguments and the small erosions of daily life. We got to love each other at our best. That's rare. But you gave up so much. I gave up one future for another. I gained your mother. You. This garden. A life that was mine, not borrowed or stolen. That's not nothing." Emma reached for her grandmother's hand, the same hand that once gestured so precisely on stage, that later kneaded bread and braided hair, and held her when she cried. "Thank you for telling me. Thank you for asking," Helene squeezed back, "and for understanding that some stories take a lifetime to be ready for telling." That afternoon, Emma returned to the archive. She catalogued the recording with its anonymous designation, filed it in the temperature-controlled vault where fragile things were kept safe from decay. But she also made a copy, unofficial, unmarked. She gave it to Helene on her 80th birthday, along with a small, expensive record player. In case you ever want to hear yourself young again, Emma said. Helene accepted it with hands that trembled slightly. Age, not emotion. That night, alone in her apartment with a cup of tea going cold on the side table, Helene played the recording once. Just once. Her younger self sang Tosca's prayer with desperate, imperfect beauty, asking why love and art must hurt so much, why devotion guarantees suffering, why giving everything still isn't enough. She listened to the end, to where the orchestra swelled and her voice climbed towards something transcendent despite the technical flaws. Then she turned off the player and sat in the dark, remembering not the opera house with its velvet and gilt, not the audience with their applause and flowers, but a small boarding room in Vienna with spring air coming through the window and a man's hand over her heart, counting her pulse like it was the only music that mattered. This is what I'll remember, he'd said. Not the fear, not the leaving. This. And sitting there in the dark, 80 years old and alone but not lonely, joints aching with the ordinary betrayals of age, Helene realised he'd been right. Some loves don't need completion to be perfect. Some intimacies don't require possession to be real. Some music sounds better for being imperfect, for showing the breadth and effort and humanity behind the notes. The recording existed, flawed, anonymous, filed away where almost no one would ever hear it. The memory existed, private, perfect, preserved not in shellac but in the architecture of her bones. The garden bloomed outside her window, roses she'd planted, tended, dead-headed season after season, making beauty out of the ordinary work of living. Her granddaughter knew her story now, not all of it perhaps, but enough to understand that silence isn't always weakness, that some loves survive precisely because they were chosen, consciously and devastatingly chosen. That was enough, more than enough. It was everything. And somewhere across an ocean and 50 years she imagined Max Adler, long dead now, his hands that once shaped sound stilled forever, had thought so too, had kept his one perfect night as she had kept hers, had lived a good life, a kind life, a life that honoured both his promises, the one he made to Eva at an altar, and the one he made to Helena in a shabby boarding room with spring air cooling their skin. Some loves, Helen thought, you carry in your chest like a second heartbeat, and that's exactly where they belong. The end. Beyond the horizon of time. Louis Doyle's fingers danced across the console of Astralis 5, the experimental spacecraft's cabin humming with the quiet intensity of cutting-edge technology. The holographic displays cast a blue glow across his features as he ran through the pre-jump checklist for the third time. At 32, he had already logged more test flights than pilots twice his age, but today's mission carried stakes that made his palms sweat beneath his flight gloves. Reading normal on all fractal alignment matrices, called Malcolm Park from the co-pilot's chair. At 35, Malcolm's salt and pepper temples betrayed the stress of their profession, but his eyes still held the eager spark that had drawn Louis to him as a friend and colleague years ago. Malcolm, if these calculations are even slightly off. They're not, Malcolm interrupted, shooting Louis a knowing look. I triple-check them myself. We'll be back in time for Sophia's ultrasound, tomorrow. The mention of his wife and their unborn daughter brought a smile to Louis's face. The image of Sophia that morning flashed in his mind, standing in their kitchen, her honey-brown hair catching the sunlight, one hand resting on her swollen belly while the other held their 3-year-old son Oliver on her hip. Promise you'll be careful, she had whispered against his lips as they parted. Emma and I will be waiting for you. Initiating fractal expansion sequence, Louis announced into his comm, pushing the thought away. Quantum space-time dynamics. This is Astralis 5. "We are go for FTL jump in T-minus 60 seconds. The response from Mission Control was immediate. "Copy that, Australis 5. All systems are nominal. Proceed with jump protocol." Louis exchanged a glance with Malcolm. "Ready to make history?" Malcolm grinned. "Just another day at the office." But it wasn't. If successful, this would be the first human-piloted craft to achieve true faster-than-light travel using the revolutionary fractal expansion drive. The technology promised to compress the space ahead of the vessel while expanding it behind, creating a sort of bubble that could slip between the conventional laws of physics. "Fractal field generator at maximum capacity," Louis reported, watching the readings climb. "Initiating jump in 3, 2, 1. He pressed the activation sequence and the universe seemed to hold its breath. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then reality itself appeared to fold around them, stars stretching into impossible lines of light, the blackness of space rippling like disturbed water. "Field stabilization holding at 98%, Malcolm called out, his voice strained with concentration. Wait, Louis, I'm getting anomalous readings in the navigation array." Lewis's fingers flew across the controls. What kind of anomalous? "The fractal pattern is destabilizing. It's like something's pulling at the edges of our field," a warning klaxon blared through the cabin as red indicators flooded the displays. Louis felt his stomach drop as he recognized what was happening. "Gravitational interference," he muttered, then louder. "Malcolm, we're being pulled off course. There's a massive gravity well directly in our modified path." Malcolm's face paled as he pulled up the stellar charts. "Bayer BH1, we're being drawn toward a black hole." The next moments were chaos as they fought to regain control of their trajectory. The ship's engines whined in protest as Louis pushed them beyond their designed limits, attempting to break free from the inexorable pull. "Thrusters failing," Malcolm shouted over the growing cacophony of alarms. "Field integrity dropping below 60%. Louis made a desperate decision. "We need to shut down the fractal drive and attempt a conventional emergency jump out of here." As his fingers moved to execute the command, a strange calm settled over him. Time seemed to slow, each second stretching into minutes. Through the viewport he could see the terrible beauty of Bayer BH1, a perfect circle of absolute darkness rimmed with the ghostly light of dying stars being consumed. "Louis," Malcolm's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Something's happening to our chronometric readings. The time dilation effect is..." Before Malcolm could finish, a blinding flash of light engulfed the cabin. When Louis could see again, a new presence appeared on their sensors, an unknown vessel, its design unlike anything in Earth's registry. It moved with impossible grace, positioning itself between Australis 5 and the black hole. "Are they helping us?" Malcolm whispered. As if in answer, their communications array lit up with an incoming data packet. Not words or images, but pure mathematics. Equations of such complexity and elegance that Louis felt a chill run down his spine. "It's a correction to our fractal field formula," he realized with sudden clarity. "They're showing us how to compensate for the gravitational distortion." Working with frantic precision, Louis integrated the new calculations into their navigation system. The alien vessel maintained its position, seemingly holding back the full force of the black hole's pull. "Field reforming," Malcolm reported, wonder in his voice. "Fractal integrity at 105%. How is that even possible?" Louis didn't answer, focusing entirely on executing their escape. With the alien mathematics guiding their path, Australis 5 slipped free of the gravitational well and made the jump back toward Earth. The return journey seemed deceptively normal. Their instruments showed they'd been gone for less than 6 hours, enough time for some concern at mission control but nothing catastrophic. It wasn't until they approached Earth orbital space that the truth became clear. Louis, Malcolm's voice cracked as he stared at the dating display. According to Mission Control, we've been gone for 52 years. Louis felt the world fall away beneath him. 52 years. Sophia would be 78 now, Oliver 55, and Emma, his unborn daughter, would be 52 years old, older than he was. As Astralis 5 docked with the gleaming orbital station that hadn't existed when they left, Louis stared out at an Earth that looked both familiar and alien. The blue-green marble still spun serenely below, but new orbital structures and unfamiliar spacecraft patterns told of decades of advancement. "What do we do now?" Malcolm asked quietly. Louis unbuckled his harness with numb fingers. "We go home," he said, "whatever's left of it." The descent to Earth felt surreal. Louis stared out the shuttle window at the transformed skyline of New Seattle, where impossibly tall structures of transparent materials caught the sunlight like crystalline forests. Air traffic moved in precise three-dimensional patterns that would have been chaos in his time but now seemed to follow some intricate dance only these future pilots understood. The medical and psychological evaluations had taken 3 days. 3 days of poking, prodding, scanning, and endless questions while he and Malcolm tried to grasp the enormity of what had happened. The time dilation effect near Bayer BH1 had slowed their subjective experience to a crawl while decades rushed by on Earth. They were living relics, perfectly preserved specimens from the 2120s. "Your cellular structure shows no abnormalities," the chief medical officer had explained, her eyes constantly darting to a neural interface rather than meeting Lewis's gaze directly. "Physically, you're both exactly as you were when you left. Your chronological age is 84, but biologically you're still 32. Now, as the shuttle descended toward the landing pad of what had once been downtown Seattle, Louis clutched a small holographic projector in his hand. It contained the current information about his family, data that the officials had, reluctantly provided after his insistence. Sophia was alive. She had remarried 15 years after his disappearance to a man named Thomas Mathies. They'd had no children together, but Thomas had helped raise Oliver and Emma. Thomas had passed away 7 years ago. Sophia now lived in a life extension community in what used to be called Bellevue. Oliver was married with 3 children and 4 grandchildren. Emma had married twice, with 4 children and 3 grandchildren. Louis had 11 grandchildren he had never met, some of whom were now older than he was. The shuttle touched down with barely a whisper, and Louis stepped out into a world he no longer knew. A sleek transport pod waited to take him to Sophia. Malcolm had family to find as well, a younger sister who was now an elderly woman living in Tokyo. "We'll meet soon," Malcolm had promised before they parted. "We're probably the only people in the world who understand what the other is going through." The transport pod moved silently through the city, its automated systems requiring no input from Louis. He watched the unfamiliar landscape blur by, catching glimpses of everyday life in 2107. People dressed in fabrics that seemed to shift and change with their movements. Many had visible tech integrated into their bodies, subtle glowing lines beneath the skin, eyes with pupils that adjusted mechanically, hands with extra digits that looked both natural and artificial. When the pod finally stopped, Louis found himself before a sprawling complex of elegant buildings integrated with the natural landscape. Trees grew through and around structures in a harmony of design that would have been impossible in his time. A young woman, perhaps in her 20s, waited at the entrance. Her professional smile and the subtle glow of interface tech at her temples marked her as staff. "Captain Doyle," she greeted him. "I'm Mira. I'll be facilitating your reunion with Mrs. Mathis Doyle. She's been informed of your arrival and is waiting in the garden pavilion." Louis followed Mira through winding paths lined with flowers he couldn't name, and trees engineered to bloom year-round. His heart hammered against his ribs. How do you face a woman you said goodbye to yesterday, who has lived more than half a century since then? The pavilion appeared ahead, a graceful structure of living wood and transparent panels that caught the afternoon light. And there, seated in a hover chair near a small fountain, was Sophia. Time had etched deep lines into her face and turned her honey-brown hair to silver. But her eyes, those eyes that had looked at him with love just days ago in his timeline, were unmistakably hers. They widened as he approached, her weathered hand lifting to cover her mouth. "Louis," she whispered, the single word carrying 5 decades of grief, acceptance, and shock. Louis dropped to his knees beside her chair, words failing him entirely. His wife, yet not his wife anymore, reached out, with trembling fingers to touch his face. "They told me, but I couldn't believe it," she said, her voice stronger than he had expected. "You haven't changed at all." "Sophia, Louis began, but what could he possibly say? "I'm sorry I disappeared for 52 years. I still love you as if I saw you yesterday." Instead, tears came, hot and unexpected. Sophia's hand cupped his cheek, her touch both familiar and strange. "Oh, my dear Louis, what a cruel trick time has played on us both." They talked for hours as the sun moved across the sky. Sophia told him of the years after his disappearance, the grief, the long wait, the eventual acceptance. She spoke of raising their children alone until meeting Thomas, a kind man who never tried to replace Louis but instead honoured his memory. "Oliver was so angry when I decided to marry again," she recalled with a sad smile. "He was 8 by then, and he had convinced himself you were coming back any day. Emma was easier, she only knew you, from stories and pictures." Louis listened, trying to piece together the lives that had continued without him. Will they see me?" Sophia nodded. "Emma is coming tomorrow. She's been the most open to this. Oliver," she hesitated. "Oliver needs more time. This is difficult for him in ways I think neither of us can fully understand." As evening approached, Sophia grew tired. Her caretaker, a man with subtle mechanical augmentations, appeared to take her back to her residence. "We've prepared accommodations for you here in the community," Mira informed Louis. "Mrs. Mathis Doyle requested you stay close." That night, alone in a room designed for comfort but feeling utterly alien, Louis stared out at the unfamiliar stars. Light pollution had been nearly eliminated, and the sky was clearer than he remembered. Even the constellations seemed slightly shifted, or perhaps it was just his perception that had changed. The next morning brought Emma, his daughter, the child he had never held, stood before him as a woman of 52, her eyes Sophia's but her jawline unmistakably his own. She approached cautiously, studying him with an intensity that made him want to look away. "My whole life," she said finally. "I've seen your pictures, heard stories about you, but they never said how young you'd be." Her voice caught. "You're younger than my youngest son." Louis stood awkwardly, unsure if he should embrace her or keep his distance. "I don't know what to say, Emma. In my mind, you're still—" He gestured vaguely toward her midsection. A smile broke through her reserve. "Still unborn? Well, I did turn out rather well, if I do say so myself." She stepped forward and, after a moment's hesitation, wrapped her arms around him. "Welcome home, Dad, even if it's not the home you left." Over the next weeks, Louis met most of his grandchildren. Some approached him with curiosity, others with wariness. To them he was both family and stranger, a figure from history, books suddenly animated and walking among them. Ethan, Emma's youngest at 24, showed the most interest. "It's like meeting a time traveller," he enthused during one visit, peppering Louis with questions about life in the 2120s that made Louis realise just how much had changed. Olive remained distant, agreeing only to a brief video call where tension radiated through the connection. I need more time, he said stiffly. 52 years wasn't enough to get over losing you. I can't just flip a switch because you've returned. As the weeks passed, Louis felt increasingly displaced. Sophia was kind, but the romantic love they had shared had transformed into something else, a gentle affection tinged with melancholy for what might have been. His children had lives fully formed without him. His grandchildren viewed him more as a curiosity than a grandfather. He had no place in this future, no job. His piloting skills, once cutting edge, were now hopelessly outdated. No purpose, beyond being a living reminder of a past most had forgotten. It was during this time of growing despair that Ethan arrived one day with a colleague. "Grandpa Lewis, this is Dr. Jasmine Patterson," Ethan said, introducing a striking woman with dark curls and keen, intelligent eyes. "She's a geneticist at the New Pacific Research Institute. She's been working on the longevity programs that keep Grandma Sophia and others so healthy into their later years." Jasmine extended her hand, her grip firm and confident. "Captain Doyle, your grandson hasn't stopped talking about you since your return. From a scientific perspective, your case is fascinating." Louis shook her hand, noting the lack of visible tech enhancements that had become so common. "Just Louis, please. I'm not sure Captain applies anymore." "Well, just Louis," she replied with a smile that transformed her serious demeanour. "I have about 1,000 questions for you, if you don't mind. Your unique temporal situation presents implications for my research that I never anticipated having the opportunity to explore." There was something refreshing about Jasmine's directness. Unlike others who tiptoed around him as if he might shatter, she looked at him with clear-eyed curiosity and, to his surprise, genuine interest in who he was rather than what had happened to him. "Ask away, Dr. Patterson," he found himself saying. "It's not like I have a busy social calendar these days." She laughed, a warm, genuine sound that seemed to brighten the room. "Call me Jasmine, and don't worry. I won't subject you to all 1,000 questions today. Maybe just the first 100 or so." As they talked, something inside Louis began to stir, a feeling he had thought lost in the void of Bayer BH1. For the first time since his return, someone was looking at him not as a relic of the past, but as a man with a future. "You're avoiding the gravitational constant question," Jasmine accused, pointing her fork at Louis across the table of the small cafe that had become their regular meeting spot over the past month. Louis couldn't help but smile. "I'm not avoiding it. I'm just not convinced your theory about chronometric entropy makes sense." "That's because you're thinking in linear terms," she countered, her eyes bright with a thrill of intellectual challenge. "The mathematics we've developed since your departure suggest time isn't as straightforward as we once believed." Their debates had become the highlight of Lewis's weeks. What had begun as research interviews had evolved into something more. Conversations that range from the technical aspects of time dilation to philosophy, art, and the small details of daily life that reveal the true character of a changing world. Jasmine, at 25, represented the best of this new era. Brilliant and forward-thinking, yet with a respect for history that many of her peers lacked. Her work in longevity genetics had given her a unique perspective on time and aging that resonated with Louis' unusual situation. "Maybe I'm stuck thinking linearly," Louis admitted, watching the way the afternoon light played across her features. "In my mind, it still feels like 2125 was just a few months ago." Jasmine's expression softened. "How are things with your family? Has Oliver agreed to meet in person yet?" Louis shook his head. "Baby steps. He's agreed to bring his wife for a visit next month. His children, my grandchildren, are still keeping their distance. And Sophia? She's..." Louis paused, searching for the right words. "She's been wonderful. More understanding than I have any right to expect. But we both know we can't go back to what we were. Too much life has happened for her." Jasmine nodded thoughtfully. Time creates different kinds of distance. Physical distance can be bridged, but temporal distance... She trailed off, then reached across the table to touch his hand briefly. I can't imagine how difficult this is for you. The simple gesture of comfort sent an unexpected warmth through Louis. He'd grown comfortable with Jasmine, but this was the first moment he recognised that his feelings might be evolving beyond friendship. The realisation troubled him deeply. How could he contemplate feelings for another woman when Sophia, his wife, the mother of his children, was still alive? The fact that over 50 years had passed for her but only months for him created an ethical and emotional quandary he hadn't prepared for. That evening Louis found himself walking the peaceful grounds of the life extension community, his thoughts in turmoil. He was so distracted that he nearly collided with Sophia, who was enjoying the evening air in her hover chair. "Louis," she greeted him with a knowing smile, "you look like a man carrying the weight of the universe. Walk with me." He fell into step beside her slow-moving chair, the familiar scent of the jasmine flowers she had always loved filling the air between them. The irony of the scent wasn't lost on him. "Ethan tells me you've been spending considerable time with Dr. Patterson," Sophia observed, after they had walked in silence for several minutes. Louis felt a flush of embarrassment, like a teenager caught passing notes in class. "She's been helping me understand this new world." "Is that all she's been helping you understand?" He stopped, turning to face the woman who'd been his wife in another lifetime. "Sophia, I would never—" "Louis Doyle, don't you dare finish that sentence," Sophia interrupted, her aged eyes flashing with the same spirit that had captivated him when they first met. "Do you think I expect you to live the rest of your life alone? You're 32 years old. And I'm 78, she finished for him. "I've lived a full life, Louis. I've loved 2 good men. I've raised our children. I've held our grandchildren. And yes, I mourned you. Deeply and completely." Her voice softened. "But I also moved forward, because that's what living requires." Louis knelt beside her chair. "I still love you, Sophia. That hasn't changed for me." She reached out to stroke his cheek, her touch gentle. "I know you do, my dear. And I love you. The you I remember, and the you kneeling before me now. But we both know it's not the same love we shared before. It can't be." Tears welled in Louis's eyes. "I feel like I'm betraying you." "No," Sophia said firmly. "The only betrayal would be denying yourself the chance at happiness because of misplaced loyalty to a past that's gone for everyone but you." She took his hand, her grip still surprisingly strong. "I've seen how you look when you talk about Jasmine. It reminds me of how Thomas used to look at me, like he couldn't quite believe his good fortune." Louis didn't know what to say. The wisdom of her words warred with the guilt that had taken root in his heart. "The universe has already taken so much from you, Louis," Sophia continued. "Don't let it take your future too." Their conversation stayed with Louis for days afterward. He went through the motions of his increasingly structured life, meetings with specialists helping him integrate into modern society, visits with Emma and her family, virtual reality sessions to update his piloting knowledge in case a suitable position became available. But his thoughts kept returning to Jasmine, and to Sophia's blessing that felt both liberating and terrifying. When Jasmine called to invite him to a symposium on quantum temporal mechanics, Louis nearly declined. But Sophia's words echoed in his mind. "Don't let it take your future too." "I'd be delighted," he heard himself say instead. The symposium was held in what had once been the Seattle Art Museum, now transformed into a combined cultural and scientific hub. As Louis and Jasmine entered the grand hall, he became acutely aware of the curious glances directed their way. By now, the story of Australis 5 and its time-displaced pilots had become public knowledge, making Louis something of a reluctant celebrity. "Ignore them," Jasmine murmured, seeming to sense his discomfort. They'll find some new fascination next week. The lectures were largely beyond Lewis's understanding, despite his background in aerospace engineering. The field had advanced so dramatically that he often felt like a student from the medieval era, trying to comprehend quantum physics. But watching Jasmine in her element, asking incisive questions, debating points with the presenters, her face animated with the joy of scientific discovery, stirred something profound in him. She was fully present in her time, embracing its challenges and possibilities with an enthusiasm that made him ashamed of his own reluctance to do the same. After the symposium, they walked along the waterfront where eco-restoration projects had transformed what had been a deteriorating shoreline in Lewis' time into a vibrant ecosystem. The Puget Sound glittered under the moonlight, cleaner and more alive than he remembered. "You know," Jasmine said as they paused to watch a pod of bioluminescent jellyfish pulse beneath the surface, "the first time Ethan told me about you, I thought he was exaggerating. The test pilot grandfather who disappeared into a black hole and came back 50 years later without aging a day? It sounded like a plot from those ancient science fiction novels my father collects." Louis chuckled. "Sometimes I still hope I'll wake up and find it was all just a dream, that I'm back in 2125, and Sophia is young and Oliver is still a toddler." Jasmine turned to face him, her expression serious in the moonlight. "Would you really want that? To erase everything that's happened?" The question caught him off guard. I don't know. A few months ago I would have said yes without hesitation. And now?" Louis looked out at the water, considering. "Now I think about what Sophia told me, about the life she built, the happiness she found even after losing me. I think about Emma, who never knew me but became this incredible woman anyway. And I think..." He hesitated, then turned to meet Jasmine's gaze. "I think about the people I wouldn't have met if things had happened differently." Something shifted in the air between them, a recognition of feelings that had been growing despite both their efforts to maintain professional boundaries. "Louis," Jasmine began, her voice uncharacteristically uncertain, "I need to be clear about something. I didn't continue our meetings just for my research." "I know," he said softly. "This is complicated. You have history, literal history, that I can't possibly compete with." Louis shook his head. "It's not a competition, Jasmine. The past is the past, even if for me it feels like present. But I can't live there anymore." Slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, he leaned forward and kissed her. It was gentle and questioning, a kiss that asked permission rather than presumed it. To his relief and joy, she responded, her hand coming up to rest against his chest. When they parted, Jasmine's smile held a hint of wonder. "Well, now I can tell people I've kissed a man from another time." Louis laughed, the sound surprising him with its freedom. "Is that going in your research notes, Dr. Patterson?" "Definitely," she replied with mock seriousness, "under extremely promising developments." Their budding relationship was not without complications. When news reached Louis's family, reactions were mixed. Emma expressed cautious support, while Oliver, during their long-awaited in-person meeting, reacted with stunned disbelief. "She's younger than I am," he pointed out during their tense lunch. "She's younger than your grandchildren." "Chronologically, yes," Louis acknowledged. "But Oliver, I'm not the father you remember. I'm not even the man who would have been your father if I'd stayed. He struggled for the words. "I'm someone new, trying to find my place in this time." Oliver's wife, Jana, placed a gentle hand on her husband's arm. "Oliver, remember what we discussed. Your father didn't choose this." Oliver's expression remained troubled, but he nodded slowly. "I just need time to adjust to all of this. First you returned from the dead, and now you're dating someone barely out of university." "She has 2 PhDs, Louis felt compelled to point out, then added more gently, "and she makes me happy, son. After everything, Don't you think we all deserve a little happiness? The question seemed to reach something in Oliver that Lewis's other attempts had not. His son's rigid posture softened slightly. I suppose we do, he conceded. Just be patient with me, okay? I'm still trying to reconcile the father from my childhood memories with the man sitting across from me. I can do patient, Louis promised. I've got time. The irony of his statement made them both smile, breaking the tension. Jasmine faced her own challenges, her parents, while, welcoming to Louis, worried their daughter was setting herself up for heartbreak. He's still processing a massive trauma, her mother pointed out during a family dinner, and eventually he'll have to make peace with his original family. Where does that leave you? I don't know, Jasmine admitted honestly, but I'm not asking for certainty. I'm just following what feels right. As winter turned to spring, Louis and Jasmine settled into a relationship that defied conventional categorization. They were partners in exploring, he learning a new world, she seeing her familiar one through fresh eyes. The gap in their chronological ages became less relevant than their shared curiosity and growing affection. One afternoon, as they picnicked in a floating garden that drifted above Lake Washington, one of the marvels of 2007's architectural innovations, Jasmine broached a subject they had been circling for weeks. The New Pacific Institute is funding an expedition to Europa, she said, trying to sound casual but unable to hide her excitement. They're looking for specialists in extreme environment adaptation, which is basically what I've been studying for the past 3 years. Louis set down his glass of synthesized wine, another modern innovation he'd grown to appreciate. Europa? Jupiter's moon? She nodded. The subsurface ocean has shown remarkable potential for supporting modified human habitation. We're talking about establishing the first permanent research base. The implications were clear. How long would you be gone? 3 years Earth time, she replied, watching his reaction carefully. But here's the thing. They need a pilot with experience in gravitational anomalies. The Jupiter system is tricky to navigate, even with AI assistance. Your experience with Bayer BH1 makes you uniquely qualified. Louis stared at her, stunned. Are you saying... I'm saying, Jasmine continued, taking his hand, that if you wanted to apply, I have it on good authority that the mission director would be very interested. The prospect was dizzying. To return to space, to have purpose again, using the very skills that had once torn him from his time, felt like a gift he hadn't dared hope for. What about your research here? What about... He hesitated. What about my family? Jasmine squeezed his hand. My research can continue there. Better, in fact, with access to completely new environments. As for your family... She looked at him with understanding. That's a decision only you can make. But Louis, they've built lives that will continue with or without your daily presence. The question is, what life are you going to build? As Louis considered her words, he gazed out at the Seattle skyline, at once familiar in its geography and utterly transformed in its details. In that moment, he realized something profound. He'd been given not just a second chance at life, but at love, at purpose, at future. Whatever he decided about Europa, he would no longer be merely a visitor from the past. He would be a participant in the present, with all its complications and possibilities. Jasmine watched the shift in his expression, recognizing the moment when something fundamental changed. She leaned forward to kiss him, not caring who might see. "Welcome to tomorrow, Captain Doyle," she whispered against his lips. And for the first time since returning to an Earth that had moved on without him, Louis truly felt he had come home. 3 months later, Louis stood in Sophia's garden, watching as the afternoon sunlight filtered through the genetically modified cherry trees that bloomed year-round. At 79, Sophia had begun to show signs of slowing down. The life extension treatments could only do so much, but her mind remained sharp as ever. "So you've made your decision," she said. more statement than question. Louis nodded, taking a seat on the bench beside her hover chair. I have. Europa mission leaves in 6 weeks, Jasmine, and I will both be going. Sophia smiled, reaching out to take his hand. Her skin felt paper thin against his, the contrast between his artificially preserved youth and her natural aging more pronounced than ever. You know, when Thomas asked me to marry him, I almost said no, she confessed, her eyes distant with memory. I felt like I was betraying you, even though you'd been gone for 15 years by then. Oliver was so angry about it. He was still holding on to the hope you'd return. Louis squeezed her hand gently. I'm glad you said yes. You deserved happiness, Sophia. As do you, she replied firmly. I've watched you these past months, Louis. When you first returned, you were a ghost, present in body, but your spirit was still trapped in 2125. Now, she gestured to his face. Now I see life in your eyes again. They sat in comfortable silence for a few moments, the kind that can only exist between people who have shared a lifetime of love, even if that lifetime took very different forms for each of them. I wanted to ask you something, Louis said finally. Something important. Anything, dear. Louis took a deep breath. Your blessing. Not just your acceptance or your understanding, but your true blessing. For whatever future Jasmine and I might build together. Sophia's eyes filled with tears, but her smile was radiant. Oh, Louis, you've had that from the moment I saw how she looks at you and how you look at her. She reached up to touch his cheek. Our time together exists in a different world now, but it was real and precious. Nothing can diminish what we shared. But love isn't meant to be preserved like a museum piece. It's meant to grow, to change, to find new expressions. Louis leaned forward to embrace her, careful of her fragility. I will always love you, Sophia. Always. I know, she whispered against his shoulder, and I will always love the young man who promised to come home to me after his test flight. But we're both different. People now. You have centuries ahead of you, Louis. Live them fully. As they parted, Louis felt a weight lifting, the last lingering threads of guilt that had bound him to a past he could never reclaim. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of preparation. The Europa mission required extensive training, even for someone with Louis's experience. The technology had advanced considerably, and while his intuitive understanding of spaceflight principles remained valuable, the practical applications had transformed. Jasmine threw herself into final research preparations, her excitement infectious as she described the study she hoped to conduct in Europa's unique environment. They spent long evenings discussing the possibilities, her scientific vision complementing his practical experience in ways that made them ideal mission partners. Oliver finally began to thaw, especially after Louis made it clear that his departure for Europa wasn't an abandonment but an opportunity for both of them to move forward. I missed your childhood, Louis told his son during a rare moment alone. I can never get that back, but I can be present for whatever time we have now, and when I return from Europa, I want to know the man you've become, not just the memory of the boy I left behind. Something in those words seemed to reach Oliver in a way nothing else had. I've spent most of my life angry at you for leaving, he admitted, even knowing it wasn't your choice. I think I need to finally let that go. Their reconciliation wasn't instantaneous or complete, but it was a beginning. Oliver even brought his children, Louis's grandchildren, to the farewell dinner Emma organised 2 weeks before the mission launch. The gathering was held at Emma's home, a beautiful structure nestled in the mountains outside the city. Nearly the entire extended family attended, creating a chaotic blend of generations that left Louis both overwhelmed and deeply moved. To think, Emma mused, as they stood watching the family mingle, all of this came from you and Mom, all these lives that wouldn't exist if not for you two. Louis felt a profound sense of wonder at her words. Whatever had been lost in his displacement through time, this legacy, these people, had been gained. Jasmine fit seamlessly into the gathering, her natural warmth and genuine interest in each family member earning her acceptance even from the initially sceptical. Louis watched with pride as she engaged Oliver's oldest grandson in a spirited debate about the ethics of genetic enhancement, a topic that would have been purely theoretical in Louis's original time. As the evening wound down, Louis found himself on the terrace with Malcolm, who had travelled from Tokyo for the occasion. In the months since their return they had kept in regular contact, but the demands of building new lives had limited their time together. "So," Malcolm said, leaning against the railing, "Europa. Never thought we'd get back out there, did you?" Louis shook his head. "After everything that happened with Astralis 5, I assumed my flying days were over." "Funny how things work out," Malcolm mused. "You know, I've been offered a position too, consulting on the Ganymede project. Different moon, same neighbourhood." Louis turned to his old friend in surprise. "You didn't mention this before." Malcolm shrugged, a smile playing at his lips. "Just finalised yesterday. Seems the Jupiter system is the place to be for time-displaced pilots." They laughed together, the sound carrying out over the valley below. For a moment, Louis could almost imagine they were back in flight training, young and certain of their invincibility, the future stretching endlessly before them. "Do you ever regret it?" Louis asked suddenly. "The test flight?" Malcolm considered the question seriously. "Sometimes. I missed watching my niece grow up. I missed my sister's middle age. I came back to find many of my friends gone." He paused, looking out at the stars appearing in the darkening sky. "But then I think, how many people get to see the future, really see it, not just imagine it? We've been given something extraordinary, Louis. Not just longevity, but perspective." Louis nodded, understanding exactly what his friend meant. "To new horizons, then?" Malcolm raised his glass. "To new horizons." The night before the launch, Louis took Jasmine to watch the sunset from Kerry Park, a spot that had somehow survived the decades of urban transformation. The view of the city was dramatically different, with buildings that seemed to defy gravity and transport systems that wove through the air like luminous rivers, but the fundamental geography remained unchanged. "My father proposed to my mother here," Jasmine said as they looked out over the bay. "It's funny how some traditions persist, isn't it?" Louis glanced at her, catching the hint of something in her voice. "Traditions?" She turned to face him fully, reaching into her pocket to withdraw a small object that gleamed in the fading light. Not a ring, as might have been traditional in Louis's time, but a delicate bracelet crafted from a material he didn't recognise. "In my family this is the bonding gift," she explained, her voice steady but her eyes revealing her nervousness. "It's designed to be worn by both partners. It splits into 2 complementary pieces." She demonstrated, separating the bracelet into 2 identical bands. "The material is quantum linked. No matter how far apart we are, they'll always respond to each other's presence." Louis stared at the bands, understanding the significance of what she was offering. "Jasmine, are you asking you to be my partner?" "Yes," she said simply. "Not necessarily in the traditional married sense. That feels too bound to old conventions for what we are to each other. But as my chosen one, the person I want beside me as we explore worlds neither of us has seen before." Louis felt his heart swell, with emotion. This woman, who had seen him not as a relic or a curiosity, but as a man worthy of a future, was offering him exactly that, a future unconstrained by the past. "I can think of no greater honour," he said, taking one of the bands and slipping it onto his wrist. It adjusted automatically to fit perfectly, glowing with a soft inner light. "No greater joy than discovering new worlds with you, both out there and within ourselves." As Jasmine placed the companion band on her own wrist, both bracelets pulsed in unison, their lights synchronizing in a dance of quantum connection. She stepped into his embrace, and as they kissed beneath the stars, Louis felt the final piece of his new life click into place. The launch day dawned clear and bright. The spaceport, located on what had once been an island in the Puget Sound, hummed with activity as the Europa mission prepared for departure. The ship, the Galileo's Dream, stood gleaming on its launch pad, a marvel of engineering that made Astralis V look primitive by comparison. Louis's family had gathered to see them off, even Oliver, who had arrived early to have a final moment alone with his father. "I brought something for you," Oliver said, handing Louis a small, weathered object. "Mum saved it all these years. After she married Thomas, she put it away, but she never got rid of it." Louis opened his palm to reveal his original wedding band, a simple gold ring that had been removed during the medical evaluations after Astralis V's return and never reclaimed. "I don't know if it means anything to you now," Oliver continued, "but I thought you should have it. Not to wear," he added quickly, glancing at the quantum bracelet on Louis's wrist, "but to remember." Louis closed his fingers around the ring, deeply moved by the gesture. "Thank you, son. It means everything to me." They embraced, and for the first time since his return, Louis felt like he was truly holding his son, not just the stranger who had grown from the boy he remembered. The final goodbyes were emotional but not devastating. There was a sense of rightness to this departure that had been absent from his unintentional one 52 years earlier. Promises were made to communicate regularly. The quantum entanglement networks allowed near real-time communication even across the vast distances of the solar system. As Louis and Jasmine boarded the Galileo's Dream, Sophia raised her hand in a final farewell. Their eyes met across the distance, and volumes were spoken in that silent exchange, acknowledgement of a love that had endured across time, even as it transformed into something new. In the cockpit, Louis took his position as lead pilot, the familiar sensation of pre-flight anticipation flooding his system. Beside him, Jasmine prepared her biological monitoring systems, her movements confident and precise. "Ready for another leap into the unknown, Captain Doyle?" she asked, a smile playing at her lips. Louis looked at her, this brilliant, compassionate woman who had helped him find purpose when all seemed lost, and then out at the stars that waited beyond Earth's atmosphere. The quantum bracelet on his wrist pulsed warmly, a reminder of the connection they shared. "With you," he replied, initiating the launch sequence. "Always." As the Galileo's Dream rose into the clear blue sky, Louis felt no fear, only anticipation. Whatever waited for them in the cold depths of space, or the mysterious oceans of Europa, they would face it together, two explorers bound not by the accidents of time, but by the deliberate choice to build a shared future. The past could not be changed, but the future remained unwritten. And for the first time since emerging from the temporal distortion of Bayer BH1, Louis looked forward to turning the page. The observation dome of Europa Station Alpha offered a panoramic view that never failed to take Louis's breath away. Above, Jupiter dominated the sky, its massive presence both beautiful and intimidating, banded clouds swirling in perpetual motion. Below, Europa's icy surface stretched to the horizon, cracked and ridged like a giant puzzle waiting to be solved. 3 years had passed since their arrival. 3 years of discovery, challenge, and growth. The research station, buried beneath 20 meters of ice and extending into the subsurface ocean, had become home to 47 scientists, engineers, and support staff, all dedicated to understanding the moon's unique environment. Jasmine had thrived here. Her work on adapting human physiology to the high-radiation, low-gravity environment had led to breakthroughs that would benefit future missions throughout the solar system. The respect she commanded among her peers filled Louis with pride. "Thought I'd find you up here," came her voice from behind him, contemplating the infinite again. Louis smiled as she joined him at the viewport. "Just thinking about how far we've come. From Australis 5 to Europa," she mused, leaning against him. "Not the journey either of us expected. Not just that distance," he clarified. "The other kind too." She understood immediately, as she always did. The quantum bracelets they wore pulsed in synchronization, their connection as strong as it had been the day they exchanged them. "I got a message from Emma this morning," Louis continued. "Oliver's youngest granddaughter, my great-granddaughter, just graduated from university. Astrophysics, if you can believe it. She says I inspired her choice, though I've never even met her in person." Jasmine squeezed his hand. "The ripples we create extend far beyond what we can see." Louis nodded, remembering Sophia's last message before her passing 6 months earlier. She'd been 91, a remarkable age even with life extension treatments, and at peace with her extraordinary life. "She said she always knew I'd find my way back to the stars," Louis said softly. "Not just back to Earth, but back to where I truly belonged." The intercom chimed, interrupting their moment of reflection. "Captain Doyle, Dr. Patterson, your presence is requested in Subsurface Lab 3. Dr. Dorsey believes they've identified a new form of extremophil bacterium in today's samples." "Duty calls," Jasmine said with a smile. "Race you there?" As they made their way through the station's corridors, Louis marvelled at how seamlessly they had integrated into this community. Here, his unusual temporal displacement was just another interesting fact about him, not the defining characteristic that had overshadowed everything on Earth. The lab was buzzing with excitement when they arrived. Dr. Leon Dorsey, the expedition's chief biologist, looked up from her microscope with barely contained enthusiasm. "You're going to want to see this," she said, gesturing them over. "The new extremophil isn't just surviving in Europa's ocean, it's manipulating its environment in ways that suggest rudimentary intelligence." As Jasmine bent over the microscope, her face lighting up with scientific curiosity, Louis felt a surge of gratitude for the strange, twisted path that had brought him here. The black hole that had stolen his original future had, in its way, given him this one instead. Later that evening, as they prepared for bed in their shared quarters, Louis retrieved a small box from his desk drawer. Inside lay his original wedding ring from Sophia, the one Oliver had returned to him before the launch, alongside a worn photograph of his first family and a small vial of water. "What's that?" Jasmine asked, noticing the vial. "Malcolm brought it back from Earth on the last supply run," Louis explained. "It's from Puget Sound, near where Sophia's ashes were scattered. I thought tomorrow we might take the shuttle to the Western Ice Plains. There's a crevasse there that leads directly to the subsurface ocean. I'd like to pour this into Europa's waters." Jasmine's eyes softened with understanding. "A way of connecting your past to your present." Louis nodded. "Is that strange?" "Not at all," she said, wrapping her arms around him. "It's one of the things I love most about you. Your ability to honour what was while still embracing what is." They stood together by the small viewport in their quarters, Jupiter's reflected light casting a gentle glow across the room. At 55, chronologically 87, Louis had noticed the first subtle signs of aging since arriving on Europa. The preserved youth gifted by the time dilation was finally giving way to the natural progression of life. Strangely, he welcomed these changes. They connected him to the normal flow of time, to the rhythm of existence that all living things shared. Jasmine, now 28, had committed to aging alongside him, declining the more aggressive longevity treatments that might have maintained her youth far beyond his lifespan. "Do you ever wonder what happened to them?" we asked suddenly. "The aliens who saved us from Bayer BH1? Jasmine considered the question. "Sometimes. The mathematical formulas they shared have revolutionized our understanding of space-time, but we've never encountered anything like their vessel again. I like to think they're still out there, Louis mused. Maybe they make a habit of rescuing foolish explorers who venture too close to black holes. Perhaps we'll meet them again someday, Jasmine suggested. Space is vast, but time is longer. Time, Louis repeated with a soft laugh. My old adversary and strange benefactor. They fell silent, content in each other's presence as Jupiter continued its stately progress across their window. Tomorrow would bring new discoveries, new challenges, new wonders. The day after might bring something entirely unexpected. Perhaps the decision to extend their mission, or to return to Earth to finally meet the great-granddaughter, following in Louise's footsteps. Whatever came next, Louis knew with bone-deep certainty that he would face it without regret. The universe had given him not one life, but two, each with its own joys and sorrows, its own unique forms of love. As if reading his thoughts, Jasmine turned in his arms to face him, her eyes reflecting the light of a world neither of them could have imagined in their separate pasts. To borrowed time, she said softly, echoing the toast they had shared on their first anniversary. Louis smiled, his heart full, and to making every moment count. Outside their window, Europa continued its eternal dance around Jupiter, carrying them forward into a future limited only by their courage to embrace it. And in that moment, Louis understood the final lesson of his extraordinary journey through time, that love, in all its forms, was the one force capable of transcending even its relentless passage. For love, unlike time, knew no horizons it could not cross. The end. The vigil. The hospital at 3 a.m. was a cathedral of the dying. Not dramatically so. There were no screams, no rushing gurneys trailing blood like some television fantasy. Just the steady beep of monitors, the whisper of ventilators, the soft squeak of rubber soles on linoleum that had been mopped and mopped until it gleamed like ice. Dr. Meera Kapoor learned to love these hours. They were honest hours, stripped of the performance that daylight demanded. No administrators making rounds, no attendings asking questions designed to humiliate, no families requiring the careful theatre of hope. Just the work, clean and essential as breathing. She was charting in the residence station when she first noticed Dr. Richard Cross watching her. Not watching, that wasn't quite right. Observing, the way one might observe a patient, careful, clinical, storing away data for later analysis. He stood in the doorway of the supply room, a package of IV tubing forgotten, in his hand, and when their eyes met he didn't look away with the usual embarrassment of being caught staring. "You sign your notes differently," he said. Meera's pen paused. "Excuse me? Your signature? Everyone else just scrawls something vaguely alphabetical. Yours is actually legible." He moved closer, and she caught the scent of hospital soap and coffee gone cold. M. Kapoor, M.D. Perfect loops, almost defiant. Defiant. Against the convention of medical illegibility. I admire it. She should have found this odd. Should have returned to her charting with a polite smile and a mental note to avoid the strange surgical resident who analysed handwriting at 3 a.m. Instead, she heard herself say, "You use green ink." His mouth curved just slightly. Someone has to. That was how it began, not with passion or even attraction, but with recognition. A sense that here was someone else who noticed the wrong things, who paid attention when attention was not required. The rain started an hour later. October rain that turned the city below into a blur of lights and shadows. Meera stood at the window of the break room, watching water sheet down glass, when Richard appeared beside her with 2 cups of coffee. "From the good machine," he said, 4th floor, barely terrible. She accepted it, their fingers not quite touching. You went to the 4th floor for coffee. I went to the 4th floor to think. The coffee was incidental. What were you thinking about? He was quiet for a moment, steam rising between them. Mrs. Patterson in 407. How her daughters hold her hand in shifts like they're afraid she'll slip away if no one's touching her. How they probably will anyway, and the holding won't matter, but they don't know how else to love her. Mira felt something shift in her chest, a small continental drift. Most residents learned quickly not to think such thoughts, certainly not to speak them aloud. Sentiment was a luxury the hospital didn't permit. It made you slow, made you vulnerable, made you the kind of doctor who cried in stairwells and couldn't finish a shift. I think about that too, she admitted. All the vigils we keep, all the hands we hold that slip away anyway. It matters though, Richard said, doesn't it? The holding. She looked at him then, really looked. 30-something like her with dark hair that refused to stay neat and eyes that were either grey or blue depending on the light. Tired in a way that went deeper than the obvious exhaustion of residency. Tired in the way of someone who had learned that caring was dangerous but had never quite managed to stop. Yes, she said, it matters. They stood there as the rain fell and the coffee cooled, and Mira understood that something had been decided, though neither of them had spoken the decision aloud. 2 weeks later, after a 14-hour shift that had included 3 codes and 1 death, she found herself in his apartment. She couldn't remember later who had suggested it, or how they'd gotten there. Just that she'd been shaking with exhaustion in the attending's lounge, and he touched her elbow and said, "Come on, I live 2 blocks away." His place was exactly what she'd expected. Books everywhere, plants dying on the windowsill, a couch that looked genuinely comfortable. He made tea without asking if she wanted any, moved around the small kitchen with an efficiency that came from living alone and preferring it that way. "I don't do this," she said, accepting the mug. "Make tea?" "This." She gestured between them, at the space that had somehow become charged with possibility. I'm not good at people." "Neither am I." He sat beside her, careful to leave distance. "We could be not good at people together," she laughed, surprising herself. "Is that what we're doing?" "I don't know what we're doing." He set down his tea untouched. "But I know I think about you more than I should. I know I rearrange my schedule to overlap with yours. I know that when you walked into that break room tonight, I was relieved in a way that scared me." Mira felt her heart doing something complicated in her chest. "I don't have room for this, for whatever this is. Medicine is already consuming, I know. And I can't promise anything. I can't even promise I'll be good at this." Richard reached over and took her hand. His palm was warm, dry, steady. Surgeon's hands. What if we promised not to promise? What if we agreed that this is just now? No future tense, no planning, just this. It should have been a relief, this absence of expectation. Instead, it felt like stepping off a cliff. But Mira was so tired of being careful, of measuring out her affection in doses small enough not to matter. So she leaned forward and kissed him, tasting tea and rain and something she couldn't name. He kissed her back with a focus that didn't surprise her. Richard did nothing carelessly. His hands found her face, her hair, the curve of her spine through her shirt. She pulled him closer, desperate suddenly for the weight of another body, for proof that she existed outside the hospital's fluorescent glow. They moved to his bedroom in increments, shedding clothes like old arguments. There was no rush, no frenzy, just a slow discovery of skin and breath, of the ways their bodies fit together with a precision that felt almost medical in its exactness. Afterward she lay against his chest and listened to his heartbeat, steady as a monitor's beep. His fingers traced patterns on her shoulder, constellations maybe, or the branching of vessels, or nothing at all. No promises, she whispered into the darkness. No promises, he agreed. But already she knew it was a lie. They developed a routine, though neither of them called it that. Routine implied permanence, and they'd agreed there would be none. But 3 nights a week, give or take, Mira found herself at Elian's apartment, or he at hers, and they would talk, or cook, or simply exist in the same space with a comfort that should have taken months to build. The sex was good, better than good. There was something about the way they approached each other, with the same careful attention they brought to their patients. Richard noticed when she tensed, when she needed to be touched lighter or harder, or not at all. Mira learned the map of his body, where pressure brought pleasure, where old injuries had left their marks. But it was the talking she craved more, the conversations that spiraled from medicine into philosophy, into childhood memories revealed sideways, into the question of how to live when you spent your days confronting death. "My mother died when I was 17, Richard told her one night, rain falling again beyond the window. They were tangled together on his couch, her head on his chest, his fingers in her hair. Pancreatic cancer. We had 4 months from diagnosis to burial." Mira's hand found his, laced their fingers together. "I'm sorry. It's why I went into surgery. Stupid, really. Like I could cut death out if I was just fast enough, precise enough." He laughed hollow. "Turns out you can't." "My brother," Mira said quietly. "Car accident. Drunk driver. He was 23, I was 20. He died before the ambulance arrived, but they kept trying to revive him anyway, kept doing compressions long after it mattered. I watched them, and I thought, this is what mercy looks like when we can't admit defeat." Richard pulled her closer. "Is that why you became a doctor? To learn when to stop fighting? Maybe. Or maybe just to understand the vigil, to sit with the dying and not look away." They lay there in the half-dark, and Mira felt the weight of all the things they weren't saying. "I love you" sat like a stone in her throat, but she'd promised not to promise, and love was the biggest promise of all. At the hospital, they were scrupulously professional. No lingering glances, no unnecessary conversations. But the other residents started to notice anyway, the way they gravitated toward each other during codes, the silent communication that passed between them when a case went south. "You and Cross," Dr. Martinez said one day, cornering Mira in the supply closet. "Is that a thing?" "It's not. We're not. Hey, I don't care. Just be careful. The hospital loves to eat relationships for breakfast." Mira wanted to argue that there was no relationship to eat, just an arrangement, an understanding. But the words stuck in her throat because Martinez was right. What she had with Richard had grown teeth and claws, had become something that could wound her if it ended. She tried to pull back, took extra shifts, claimed exhaustion, let his texts go unanswered for hours. But then she'd see him across the emergency department, focused and capable, and so achingly familiar, and she'd feel her resolve crumble. "You're avoiding me," he said one night, finding her on the hospital roof, where she'd gone to watch the city lights blur against the dark. "I'm not. Mira." He said her name like a diagnosis, certain and clear. "What's wrong? This was supposed to be simple." "It is simple. It's not. I wake up thinking about you. I rearrange my schedule to see you. She stopped, the words too dangerous to speak. Richard moved closer, his shoulder brushing hers. "You what?" "I'm breaking the rules." "What rules?" "Ours. No future. No promises. Just now." He was quiet for a long moment, and she could feel him thinking, processing, running through differential diagnoses. What if the rules were wrong? They weren't wrong. They were protective. From what? From this. From caring too much. From having something to lose. He took her hand, brought it to his lips. Too late. And it was. She knew it was. but knowing didn't make her brave enough to admit it, so she kissed him instead, there on the roof with the city spreading below them like a patient on a table, and let the kiss say what she couldn't. The diagnosis came in February, during the dead hours between night and morning when the hospital felt especially hollow. Richard had been feeling off for weeks. Nothing dramatic, just a persistent cough, some weight loss he'd attributed to the usual resident's diet of coffee and denial. But then the cough brought up blood, and no amount of denial could explain that away. The CT scan showed it clearly, a mass in his right lung, already pressing against the mediastinum. The biopsy confirmed what they both already knew: adenocarcinoma, stage 3, edging toward 4. Mira stood in the imaging room staring at the scans and felt the world tilt sideways. She was supposed to be clinical now, supposed to think about treatment options and survival rates and quality of life. Instead, all she could think was, "Not him, please. Anyone but him." "Stop," Richard said quietly. He was standing in the doorway, still wearing the hospital gown from the biopsy, looking smaller somehow. "I can hear you thinking." "How can I stop thinking, Richard? This is—" "I know what it is." He moved closer, took the scans from her hands. "I need you to listen to me. I need you to remember our agreement." "Fuck the agreement." "No, listen. We said no future. We said just now. This was always going to end. It's just ending. Sooner than we planned." She stared at him, disbelieving. "You can't mean that." "I do. Mira, I do. Because the alternative is you watching me deteriorate, watching the chemo fail, watching me become someone you don't recognize. I won't do that to you. You don't get to decide that." "I do, actually. It's my body, my death, and I choose—" His voice cracked, and she saw the fear beneath the clinical calm. "I choose to let you go now, while you can still remember me like this. Richard, please." He said it like a prayer, like a wound. "Please, I don't have the strength to do this and lose you the slow way. Let me be kind. Let me give you this." She wanted to argue, to rage, to insist that she was strong enough for whatever came, but she could see the determination in his eyes, the same fierce focus he brought to surgery. He'd made his decision, and nothing she said would change it. "Okay," she whispered, the word ashes in her mouth. "Okay." He kissed her then, one last time. It tasted like goodbye. The weeks that followed were a special kind of torture. She saw him every day at the hospital. He'd insisted on continuing to work through the early rounds of treatment, but he wouldn't meet her eyes, wouldn't let her close. When she tried to approach him in the cafeteria, he found reasons to leave. When she texted, he sent back single-word replies or nothing at all. She understood what he was doing, cutting her loose before the rope pulled taut enough to strangle. It was meant as kindness, as mercy. It felt like cruelty. Dr. Martinez found her crying in the stairwell one afternoon, shoulders shaking with the force of suppressed sobs. "Jesus, Kapoor, come here." Mira let herself be held, let the tears come. "He's dying and he won't let me be there." "Did you ask him why?" "He thinks he's protecting me." "Is he?" "I don't know. Maybe. But I'd rather have this pain than nothing at all." Martinez pulled back, looked at her seriously. "Then tell him that. Tell him you choose the hurt." But when Mira tried, when she cornered Richard in the residence lounge and said exactly that, he just shook his head. "You don't know what you're asking. You haven't watched someone die like this." "Then let me learn. Let me choose my own grief." "I can't. Mira, I can't. Because I'm terrified that if you stay, I'll get selfish. I'll let you watch me disappear. I'll let you hold my hand until there's nothing left to hold, and you'll never forgive yourself for not walking away when you could. You don't get to decide what I can forgive." He looked at her with such sorrow that she felt her heart crack. I'm already deciding. I'm already gone. Please don't make me be the villain in this. She left then, because what else could she do? But that night, alone in her apartment, she understood that she'd been wrong. The agreement hadn't protected either of them. It had just taught them to love sideways, to care without calling it caring. And now, when it mattered most, they were trapped by rules that no longer made sense. Spring came late that year, reluctant and cold. Richard's treatment was going poorly. The tumour had proven resistant to the first round of chemo, and the oncologist was talking about more aggressive options with diminishing returns. He'd lost more weight, moved more carefully, as though his body had become something fragile and unfamiliar. Mira watched from a distance, her heart a constant ache. She'd tried to respect his wishes, tried to maintain the professional distance he'd insisted on, but every day without him felt like a small death, and she began to understand that she was mourning him while he was still alive, still walking the same halls, still breathing the same recycled hospital air. It was Dr. Martinez who finally intervened. She found Mira charting one evening and said, without preamble, "Crosses in 807. He asked for you." Mira's head snapped up. "What?" "He's having a bad reaction to the new chemo protocol. Nothing life-threatening, but he's scared, and he asked for you. So go." Her hands trembled as she rode the elevator up. The 8th floor was quiet, most patients sleeping, and her footsteps echoed too loud in the corridor. Room 807. She pushed open the door. Richard was sitting up in bed, pale as the sheets, an IV line running into his arm. He looked up when she entered, and she saw everything he'd been hiding. The fear, the exhaustion, the crushing weight of dying young. "You asked for me," she said. "I did. I'm sorry. I know what I said. But I'm scared, Mira. I'm so fucking scared, and I don't want to do this alone anymore." She was across the room in 3 strides, taking his hand, feeling the bones too close to the surface. "You don't have to. You never had to. I thought I was protecting you. You were punishing us both." She sat on the edge of the bed, careful of the IV line. "Richard, I know you're dying. I've always known, really. We all are, just at different speeds. But I'd rather have 6 months with you than 60 years of wondering what I was too afraid to choose." His eyes filled, tears tracking down his too thin face. "It's going to get bad. The treatment, the progression. I'm going to stop being the person you love. The person I love. Say it. Mira, say it. Because we've been dancing around it for months, pretending we were just colleagues with benefits, just 2 people who happen to share space. But I love you, Richard Cross. I love you enough to watch you die. I love you enough to hold your hand through every terrible minute. And you love me too, even if you've been too afraid to admit it." He pulled her close then, buried his face in her neck and shook with sobs that came from somewhere deep and primal. "I do. God, I do. I love you so much it terrifies me." "Then let it terrify you. Let me terrify you. Let us have this, whatever this is, for however long we have." They stayed like that for a long time, holding each other as the hospital hummed around them. Finally Richard pulled back, wiped his eyes and said, "No more rules? No more rules, except one." "What's that?" "Honesty. When it gets too hard, when you're in pain, when you're scared, you tell me. No protecting me from the truth. And you promise not to look away, even when it gets ugly? Especially when it gets ugly." He kissed her then, salt-sweet and desperate. It was a kiss that tasted like grief and hope in equal measure, like the understanding that love was not about forever, but about fullness, about choosing presence over protection. That night, after the doctor had checked his vitals and adjusted his medication, Mira climbed into the narrow hospital bed beside him. It was against regulations, unprofessional, probably a dozen other things. She didn't care. Richard turned into her, his body familiar even in its new fragility. His hands found her face, her hair, the curve of her waist. "I've missed you," he whispered. "Even when you were right there, I missed you. I'm here now. I'm not leaving." They made love carefully, mindful of the IV line and his diminished strength. It was different than before, slower, more deliberate, weighted with the knowledge of its preciousness. Mira learned his body again, mapping the changes, memorizing every hollow and angle. When they moved together, it felt like a conversation, like a promise they were finally brave enough to speak. Afterward, they lay tangled together, his head on her chest, her fingers in his hair. The monitor beeped steadily, counting heartbeats like coins they couldn't save. "I don't know how to do this," Richard admitted. "How to love you and let go at the same time. Maybe we don't let go. Maybe we just hold tighter. Won't that make it worse when the end comes? Probably. But I'd rather have the pain of loving you than the emptiness of playing it safe." He was quiet for a moment then. "I used to think medicine was about fighting death. Now I think it's about learning to live alongside it, to love in its shadow." "Yes," Mira said, and felt tears slide hot down her temples. "Yes, exactly that." They had 5 months. Not long enough, but longer than some. Richard continued working as long as he could, then shifted to consulting from home when the treatment made the hospital too difficult. Mira adjusted her schedule, took fewer shifts, learned to prioritise presence over productivity. They didn't pretend it was easy. There were days when the pain was overwhelming, when Richard snapped at her out of frustration with his failing body, when Mira locked herself in the bathroom and cried because she couldn't fix this, couldn't save him. But they'd promised honesty, and honesty meant showing each other the ugly parts too. They developed new rituals. Every morning that he was able, they went to the hospital roof to watch the sunrise. Mira would bring coffee in paper cups from the good machine on the 4th floor, and they would stand there as the city woke beneath them, as the sky turned from black to grey to gold. "I used to hate mornings," Richard said one day in April, the air finally warming. "All that optimism, all that relentless starting over. And now I think they're the point. Every morning is evidence we made it through another night." She leaned into him, careful of his increasing frailness. "Do you remember when we agreed to no promises?" "Vividly." "I want to break that rule. I want to promise you something." He turned to look at her, the sunrise painting his face with light. "What?" "I promise that when you're gone, I won't pretend you didn't matter. I won't minimise this or convince myself it was easier because we knew it was ending. I promise to carry you with me, to let you change me, to live differently because I loved you." His eyes filled, but he was smiling. "That's a hard promise to keep." "I know, but you're worth the difficulty." He kissed her there on the roof, with the city below and the sky above, and Mira tasted salt and coffee and the particular sweetness of provisional time. The end came in June, during a week of unexpected rain. Richard had been moved to hospice care, his apartment traded for a room with windows that looked out on a garden. Mira had taken a leave of absence from the hospital, setting aside her own residency to keep the vigil she'd always believed in. She was there when he woke for the last time, his breathing shallow but steady. He turned his head on the pillow, found her face, managed a smile. "Still here," he whispered, "still here. I used to be terrified of this, the ending. But it's not so bad, really. Not with you." She took his hand, feeling how light it had become, how bird fragile. "I love you, Richard Cross. I love you, Mira Kapoor." His eyes were clear, present. "Thank you for choosing the hurt. Thank you for letting me." They stayed like that as the rain fell and the afternoon light shifted. Mira didn't look away when his breathing changed, when the spaces between breaths grew longer. She held his hand and watched his face and thought about all the vigils they'd kept together, all the hands they'd held through the dark hours. When he finally slipped away, it was gentle, a letting go rather than a tearing. She sat with him for a long time after, memorizing his stillness, understanding that grief was just love with nowhere to go. 6 months later, Mira returned to the hospital. She'd considered leaving medicine altogether, starting over somewhere that didn't echo with Elian's voice, but that would have been another kind of avoidance, another way of refusing the fullness of what they'd had. Instead, she went back to the work, to the vigils and the careful attention. But she did it differently now. She didn't armour herself against detachment. She let herself feel the losses, the small griefs and the large ones. She held hands more freely, cried more openly, and somehow the work didn't destroy her. It made her more human. Every morning, before her shift started, she went to the hospital roof. She brought coffee from the good machine on the 4th floor, watched the city wake, and felt Richard's presence like a warmth against her shoulder. No promises, they'd said once, but they'd been wrong. Love was itself a promise, not of duration, but of depth, not of forever, but of fullness. And she kept that promise every day, carrying him forward into a future he'd never see, but had somehow made possible. The hospital at dawn was beautiful, she thought. The way the light spilled through the corridors, the way the city glowed like embers, the way hope insisted on renewing itself even here, in this place of endings. She finished her coffee, crushing the cup in her hand. Time to start another shift, another vigil, another day of loving in the shadow of loss. Time to begin again. The altitude of desire. The sun over Avengerfield did not merely shine, it interrogated. It was a fierce white eye that turned the Texas horizon into a shimmering lake of quicksilver, a mirage of water that offered no cool relief to the women of the Wasp. Lily Ace Thorne stood on the tarmac, the heat rising through the soles of her boots in a slow, relentless pulse that felt like the earth itself was feverish. Around her, the air was a thick industrial stew of scorched oil, high-octane gasoline, and the fine abrasive dust of the Llano Estacado, a grit that settled in the seams of her coveralls and the corners of her eyes, a constant reminder of the world's unyielding friction. The sound was a character in its own right, the rhythmic, teeth-rattling thrum of radial engines. It was a sound that didn't just hit the ears, it occupied the bones. To Lily, it was the only heartbeat that mattered. Since the war had brought the roof down over the orderly, restrained life she'd known in the East, she had learned to prefer the company of machines to the exhausting complexity of human feeling. The 86 Texan trainers sat in long silver rows like predatory birds waiting for the command to strike, their metal skins reflecting the glare with a brilliance that was almost violent. Lily checked her clipboard with a precision that bordered on the religious. She was 27, an age where her bloom had supposedly vanished early, or so the whispers in her hometown would have had it. The faded daughter of a bankrupt estate who had sacrificed her youth to a man who had ultimately found her altered and left her behind. Here, in the harsh, clarifying light of Sweetwater, that ghost was a thin, paper-like thing. She treated her body as an extension of the throttle, her heart as a valve that could be closed at will. She was no longer a woman of pining and restraint. She was a navigator of the mechanical. Captain Elias Vance watched her from the shadow of the operation shack, his own internal ghost sitting heavy on his shoulders like a shroud of lead. He was a man whose squadron had been erased from the sky over the Mediterranean, leaving him with a nihilistic conviction that beauty was merely a precursor to destruction. He was a man who saw the world through a lens of inevitable ash. seeking the fire of life but fearing the cold residue it left behind. He found the sight of Lily Thorne deeply offensive to his sense of order. She was too efficient, too composed, her face a mask of competence that ignored the tragedy of the age. He wanted to believe she was merely another simpering American chit with no soul, but her straight steel-grey gaze accused his cynicism. "Ms. Thorne," he called out, his voice a clear-cut English enunciation that felt out of place in the Texas dust. "The flight lines are being reorganised. You're listed for the night flight inspection of tail 402. Lily didn't look up from her clipboard. "Already on," hit Captain. "The canopy is sluggish." Elias stepped into the heat, the contrast between the rough wool of his uniform and the humid air creating a visceral discomfort. He followed her toward the plane, his eyes involuntarily tracing the slim, straight line of her back, a silhouette that reminded him of a young birch tree against an ancient whitewashed porch, a memory of a peace he no longer believed in. The sun dipped below the horizon, turning the Texas sky into a bruised palette of violet and deep industrial orange. The heat remained, trapped in the metal of the planes like a physical weight. Lily climbed onto the wing of the Texan, her movements practiced and devoid of grace, the grit of the day still clinging to her skin. "It's jammed," she muttered, her hands straining against the cold, grease-slicked metal of the cockpit canopy. Elias was beside her in an instant, his presence a sudden, warm pressure in the dark. "Allow me," he said, reaching past her. Their hands met on the metal track. It was intended to be a casual assistance, a moment of mechanical cooperation. But as Elias's palm brushed the bare skin of Lily's wrist, a jolt of static electricity, a sharp blue spark in the twilight, shattered the air between them. There was a shock of recognition that went beyond the physical. Lily gasped, her heart, that supposed machine, hammering a wild, syncopated rhythm against her ribs. For a moment, the deafening thrum of the engine seemed to fade into a profound, ancient melody that belonged to the blood and the marrow, not the sky. Elias did not pull away. His fingers tightened around the metal, his hand hovering agonizingly close to hers. In the half-light, his eyes were no longer troubled and brooding. They were dark, consuming, filled with a tired desire that mirrored the vast, unmapped landscape of the desert. "The metal is hot," he whispered, his voice vibrating in the small space of the wing. "I hadn't noticed," Lily replied, her composure a fractured thing. The canopy gave way with a sudden violent slide, but neither moved. They stood on the precipice of a new unexplored world, the smell of sage and oil swirling around them like a secret incense. The spark had been struck, and though they were pilots of war, they were now navigators of a fire that neither could control. A sudden dust storm, a black blizzard of the plains, swept over the field 2 days later, turning the afternoon into a gritty, sepia-toned midnight. Lily and Elias, caught mid-transit between the mess hall and the flight line, were forced to take shelter in a remote half-empty hangar. Inside, the atmosphere was a sanctuary of skin and canvas. The wind outside howled against the corrugated metal walls, a sound like 1,000 distant ghosts. But inside, the air was still and smelled of dry sage and the heavy, sweet scent of dope used to stiffen the plane's fabric wings. They sat on a pile of folded parachutes, the silk rustling beneath them like a dry, white sea. "You look absurd," Lily said, her voice echoing in the vast dim space. She was looking at Elias, whose impeccably tailored uniform was now coated in a fine layer of red Texas earth, making him look more like a common labourer than a captain. Elias laughed, an unguarded rhythmic sound that Lily had never heard from him. "I suppose I do. It seems the English accent is no match for a Texas wind." He leaned back, his eyes searching hers in the half-light. "Sometimes, Thorne, I feel as if I have forgotten the language of the living. My world has been made of lists, of casualties, of the cold mathematics of flight. I look at this storm and I see only the end of things." Lily felt a sudden, sharp ache of compassion for him. She reached out, her fingers brushing the dust from his shoulder. "The storm ends, Captain. The dust settles. We are still here." Her hand lingered a second too long. The tension between them was no longer a static jolt. It was a slow, molten burn. Elias didn't move, but his gaze became a weight, a visceral pull that Lily felt in her very quick. They were two people on a sinking ship, finding a strange, desperate intimacy in the ruin. The officers' club was a crowded, humid environment, the air thick with the smell of cheap bourbon, and the desperate energy of men and women who didn't know if they would see the next sunrise. A scratchy record played on a phonograph, its brassy notes competing with the loud, malicious laughter of the men at the bar. Elias led Lily onto the small makeshift dance floor. As they moved, his hand came to rest on the small of her back. The contrast was a revelation. The rough, scratchy wool of his uniform sleeve against the thin, soft cotton of her dress. It was a near touch that felt more intimate than a kiss, a sensory immersion that made Lily's knees feel like they were melting inside her. "You dance better than you inspect tail sections," Elias whispered near her ear, his breath a warm, nipping air against her neck. Lily looked up at him, her grey eyes marvellous in the shifting light. "And you, Captain, seem remarkably adept at avoiding the gloom when the music starts." "I am merely holding on to the one thing that feels solid in this mad tea party," he replied, his grip on her waist tightening almost imperceptibly. They were surrounded by people, yet they were in a secluded wood of their own making. Every time their bodies brushed in the crowd, a queer, vibrating thrill rippled through Lily, a final spasm of self-assertion against her machine-like reserve. The deepening intensified during a high-altitude training maneuver. Elias was in the lead plane, Lily on his wing. A sudden thermal caught her Texan, throwing the plane toward his in a terrifying silver flash. She corrected just in time, the two planes missing each other by mere inches. When they landed, the adrenaline was a physical presence, a heat that shimmered off the runway. Elias was out of his cockpit before his engine had fully stopped, his face a disfigured mask of rage and terror. "What in the name of God were you doing?" he shouted, grabbing her by the shoulders as she climbed down. Lily didn't answer. She was breathing fast, her eyes wide and wide-eyed and lost. The weight of his gaze was heavier than the Texas heat, his hands on her shoulders a command she had no power to resist. "You almost—" He broke off, his anger suddenly collapsing into a desperate heaving breast. He drew her close, the smell of his sweat and the hot metal of the plane creating a sanctuary of skin amidst the machinery of war. "Don't," she whispered, her voice a soft, mild thing. "I cannot help it," Elias replied, his eyes darkling with a passion that swept over him like a conflagration. He stood silhouetted against the horizon, the first real threat of loss having stripped away their masks and left them exposed. The news arrived with the cold, prideful distance of a government decree. Lily Thorne was selected for an elite high-risk ferrying mission to the North African front, while Elias Vance was ordered back to immediate combat duty in the Mediterranean. The announcement, made in the sterile, airless environment of the operations room, felt like a literal wound to Lily. Her internal ghost, the girl who'd been left behind to wither while others sailed into the sun, erupted with a cold, desperate withdrawal. She looked at Elias across the room, her word having no weight, her convenience, as always, giving way to the necessities of men. She didn't seek him out. Instead, she retreated into a well-bred sort of emotional anarchy, mocking her own feelings before they could mock her. When Elias tried to speak to her in the shadow of Tail 402, she turned her face away, her expression anxious and triumphant in its icy composure. Thorne, we need to talk about the logistics, he said, his voice hesitant, lacking its usual assertive shape. There is nothing to talk about, Captain, she replied, her voice low and steady, as if she were speaking to a stranger. The war has its utility, and we are merely its tools. You have your orders, and I have mine. Anything else is a minor accompaniment. She felt him flinch, a slight sign of awareness of the woman's presence that she refused to acknowledge. He was millions of degrees remote from her now, and she preferred it that way. If she couldn't have his presence, she would have her own perfect, pure and noble freedom. Elias departed for the coast at daybreak, without a final word. Lily sat in the cockpit of her trainer, the engine silent for the first time in months. The absence of the thrum was not peace. It was a hollow echo of a ghost, a vacuum that sucked the very vitality out of the air. She watched the empty bay of the sky where his plane had disappeared, her gaze fixed on a smoke plume that was already vague on the bright skyline. The landscape of the airfield, once so full of electric potential, was now merely scorched earth and toppling masonry in her mind. The days that followed were a stupor of discontent. She went through the motions of her final training, her body a machine, but her heart fretted with a pain that was not yet the pain of a love, but the visceral ache of a physical union that had been denied its crisis. She lay in her bunk at night, the silence of the barracks so heavy she felt she was being crushed by it. She remembered his hand on her wrist, the heart of my heart quality of his unguarded laughter, and the memory was a menace that threatened to dethrone her pride. She was alone, absolutely destitute and friendless in her own soul, her only kin a silver-winged bird that couldn't answer her. 2 days before her takeoff for the coast, Lily was stationed at a desolate waypoint airfield in New Mexico. It was a place of high, thin air and a silence that beetles o'er its base into the desert. She sat in the shadow of a B-17 bomber, its massive skeletal form a silent reproach to the fleeting patterns of human desire. The rift was a canyon between them now, broader and deeper than any ocean. She felt that she had betrayed herself perpetually, so unguarded in her first spark, so cowardly in her rift. She was a girl whose brain was full of abnormal thought, waiting for a bell to toll for a life she hadn't yet lived. The silence of the waypoint was broken by a sound that made Lily's pulses beat in her eyes. It was the thrum of an engine, not a bomber, but the sharp, aggressive roar of a fighter plane. A silhouette appeared against the golden horizon, a silver-winged plane that was not supposed to be there. Lily stood up, her heart clenching like a fist. She knew that sound. She knew that approach. It was a movement of the possible as possible, an actuality she hadn't dared to name. Elias Vance had flown across 1,000 miles of desert to find her, before the war swallowed them both whole. Elias landed the plane with a reckless sliding grace that threw a cloud of copper snow across the desert airfield. He was out of the cockpit and running before the propeller had finished its dying cough. Lily stood by the massive tire of the B-17, her breath coming in short, gasping fits of loud, groaning hope. "I have reasons for being here," he said, his voice hoarsened and rasping, his face congested with a dark flush she had never seen. He didn't wait for her to speak. He seized her as a prize, his arms throwing themselves round her neck with a boisterous, desperate ceremony. "You are a fool, Captain," Lily whispered, her face buried in the rough wool of his uniform, the smell of cordite and gasoline a more intoxicating perfume than any orris. "I am a man who would rather burn in your fire than freeze in my safety," Elias replied, his hands tracing the silky slope of her loins through the fabric of her flight suit. "The war can have my life, but it cannot have this night." He led her into the belly of the bomber, a dark, cavernous sanctuary of cold metal smelling, of oil and old leather. Inside, the desert wind was a distant, irrelevant thing, and the silence was a gate they were finally ready to walk through. In the dim, shadowed interior of the B-17, Elias's hands were no longer hesitant. He unfastened her flight suit, the metal zipper a sharp, industrial sound in the silence. As the fabric fell away, Lily felt her legs naked and free, an extraordinary sensation of sticking to the cold metal seat that was quickly replaced by the wavers of his heat. Elias's mouth fastened on the tip of her breast, his tongue insistent, shocking her with a visceral realism that shattered her last machine-like defense. Lily moaned with a happiness and deliverance she had never known, her own hands groping for the pulse in his throat, a throb that felt like the very heartbeat of the living world. He was molten inside her, a flame of desire that shot through every conduit of her body. Drawing from a primal rhythmic synchronization that mimicked the engine's power, Elias plunged into her with an unwavering heat, his body a home-driven wedge that fixed her to the moment, making her quick, spirited and alive all over. The anatomical honesty of their union was a celebratory scene, where the white liquid of their shared passion was not a manifestation of energy, but a healing of the bruise of the war. They found a primeval thing in the heart of the machinery, a final chapter that refused to be suppressed. As they lay afterward on the folded parachutes, the soft, quiescent rapture of their shared skin was a sanctuary amidst the tools of destruction. The physical union had exorcised their ghosts. Lily realized her heart was not a machine to be controlled, but a well-born source of life that had been waiting for this shock of recognition. Elias looked at her, his smoke-blue eyes mobile and clear. I used to think beauty was a snare, a precursor to the ash. But this night is indestructible. It is a symbol of a different art. Not the cracked looking-glass, but the form of forms. They were no longer pilots of a tragic age. They were creatures of the afterwards, who had found a soul in the heat of the fire. The transformation was absolute. They stood and fastened their clothes, looking round at the dense and mechanical world with a sense of infinite soothing and assurance. The reckoning was over, and the truth had erupted like a bell rippling up to a culmination. The day arrived not with a roar, but with a sudden vast candescence of silence. The war had ended, and the ruins of the age were finally ready to be built upon. Lily Thorne stood once more on the tarmac, no longer a ferrier of death, but a pioneer of a new, unmapped peace. She watched a flight of planes take off in a final celebratory salute, their silver wings catching the blue horizon. The thrumming vibration returned, but instead of representing a machine-like coldness, it now resonated as the heartbeat of a shared future. It was the sensory echo of that night in the desert, a rhythm that promised sex and home building and race founding. Elias returned in a comfortable carriage of his own making, his face scarred by the fires of the front, but alive in the eyes. He was finally liberated from his gloom, a man who had seen the magic lure of the living and had refused to let go. They met in the middle of the runway, the dust settling around them like a benediction. As they embraced, the heat of the sun was no longer an interrogation. It was a gleamy warmth that shot through their joined hands. "You are still altered," Elias whispered, pulling her back down onto the bench of the heart and kissing her with a fervour that had no equal. "And you, Captain," he replied, her lips having the frosty fragrance of a young autumnal rose, "are still the most impossible person I have ever known." They stood as two silhouettes against the vast open sky, standing between a parked silver-winged plane and a horizon that offered a paradisal promise. They were no longer pilots of war, but navigators of a new life, their every effort to share each other's thoughts and gild their days with a realistic, tender and lingering intimacy. The shuttle had finished its slow and heavy weaving. binding their far shores together with a cord of truth and courage that none could compute. They were at last in the woman's kingdom and the man's heart, world without end. The silence between vows. The wedding was held on a Tuesday morning in March, with no one present but the vicar, his housekeeper, and a gardener called in from the grounds to serve as second witness. Catherine Hale, now Catherine Thornfield, stood in the dim nave of St. Michael's and listened to her own voice make promises she only half believed she would keep. The man beside her spoke his vows with the same studied neutrality one might employ when ordering coal. She'd expected more, not sentiment, she was too practical for that, but perhaps some acknowledgement of the peculiarity of their arrangement. Edmund Thornfield, however, seemed determined to treat the matter as he treated everything, with precision, economy, and an absolute absence of fanfare. When it was finished, he offered her his arm. His grip was firm, impersonal. They walked together into the pale spring light, and Catherine understood that this was how it would be. No romance, no pretense, simply an arrangement between two rational people who had each concluded that solitude was more expensive than compromise. The carriage ride to Ashwood was conducted in near silence. Catherine watched the countryside roll past, hedgerows giving way to open fields, and finally to the long gravel drive lined with chestnuts. The house, when it appeared, was exactly as she had imagined it from his descriptions. A Georgian manor of moderate size, neither grand nor humble, its facade as carefully maintained as everything else in Edmund Thornfield's life. "Your rooms are in the east wing," he said as they descended. "Mine are in the west. Mrs. Croft will show you. Dinner is at 7. She nodded, and he disappeared into the house ahead of her, his boots clicking against the marble with metronomic regularity. That first evening Catherine ate alone. A note arrived just before 7, brief, apologetic in structure if not in feeling. Business in the greenhouse. She was not to wait. She read it twice, then folded it neatly and placed it beside her plate. The meal was excellent. The solitude was familiar. For 3 weeks this was the pattern. They met at breakfast, where he read correspondence and she reviewed proofs of her latest pamphlet, a sharp critique of property law that had already earned her the enmity of half the county. They exchanged pleasantries. Sometimes he asked about her work. She asked about the orchids. Neither inquired too deeply. But on the 22nd day of their marriage something shifted. Catherine had gone to the library after breakfast, seeking a volume of parliamentary records. The door was ajar, and through it she saw him, standing before the window with a book open in his hands, though he was not reading. His posture was one of complete stillness, and his face, normally so carefully composed, wore an expression of such profound sorrow that she stopped in the doorway, unable to intrude. The moment passed. He closed the book, returned it to the shelf with his usual deliberation, and only then noticed her presence. "Mrs. Thornfield," he said, when she heard the effort it took to reassemble himself. "I did not expect you. Forgive me, I did not mean to disturb you." He gestured toward the shelves, an invitation to continue her search. But Catherine found she could not move, could not pretend she had not seen what she had seen. "The book," she said carefully. "Was it?" "A volume of poetry, nothing of consequence." The lie sat between them, obvious and oddly vulnerable. "I see," she said, and meant it. She did see. She saw the careful architecture of his restraint and the weight it was built to contain. That evening he appeared at dinner. They spoke of the spring planting, the state of the roads, an article she'd read about education reform. The conversation was unremarkable, but when she rose to leave, he said, "The greenhouse is quite beautiful in the evening light. If you have any interest in horticulture, you would be welcome to visit." It was not quite an invitation. It was not quite an apology. It was, Catherine understood, an opening. The greenhouse became their territory. Catherine went first on a Thursday afternoon, when the light was slanting gold through the glass panes, and the air was thick with the scent of earth and growing things. Edmund was bent over a tray of seedlings, his sleeves rolled back, his hands, usually so clean and controlled, dark with soil. He looked up when she entered, but did not speak. She took this as permission and settled onto a bench near the door, a notebook in her lap. For a quarter of an hour neither acknowledged the other. Then he said, without turning, "The camellia near your left shoulder is diseased. You might move." She looked. The plant was beautiful, its leaves glossy and dark. "It appears healthy to me. Look at the underside of the third leaf from the top. You'll see the discoloration." She did. He was right. A faint mottling, barely, visible. "What will you do?" "Isolate it. Treat the soil. Wait. And if it does not recover." He was quiet for a moment. "Then I will have learned what I could from the attempt." It was a small exchange, but Catherine found herself returning the next day, and the day after that. Sometimes they spoke. More often they simply existed in parallel, he with his plants, she with her writing. The silence was not uncomfortable. One afternoon in May, she asked him why he'd married. He was repotting a fern, his movements careful and exact. "The house required a mistress. I required," he paused, searching for the word, "order. And I provided that." "You provided the absence of disorder," he said, "which is not the same thing, but serves nearly as well." She should have been offended. Instead, she laughed. "I have been called many things, Mr. Thornfield, but the absence of disorder is perhaps the most accurate." He looked at her, then really looked, and something passed across his face. That might have been amusement. "I suspect," he said slowly, "that you contain a great deal of disorder. You have simply learned to direct it productively." The observation was so unexpected, so precise, that Catherine found herself without a response. She had spent years cultivating the appearance of certainty, of rational control. To have it seen through so easily was both alarming and oddly exhilarating. That evening they dined together and spoke of politics. She argued for universal suffrage. He countered with concerns about literacy and education. Neither yielded. The debate grew heated, their voices rising, until Mrs. Croft appeared in the doorway with visible alarm. Edmund waved her away. "We're not quarrelling, Mrs. Croft. We're thinking aloud." When the housekeeper left, Catherine said, "You disagree with me." "Profoundly. And yet you continue to argue." "Because," he said, setting down his glass with unusual care, "your arguments force me to refine my own. I find the exercise valuable." It was the closest he had come to a compliment. Catherine felt something shift in her chest, a loosening of a constraint she had not known she carried. The summer brought heat and lengthening days. Catherine worked in the mornings, wrote furiously through the afternoons, and found herself drawn each evening to the greenhouse, where Edmund tended his plants with the patience of a man who understood that growth could not be rushed. They developed rituals. He would explain the properties of a particular species. She would relate some political absurdity from the newspapers. Sometimes their hands would brush as they both reached for the same volume in the library. Neither acknowledged these moments, but neither pulled away quickly. One evening in July, she found him standing before a particular orchid, his expression troubled. The plant was magnificent, white blooms so perfect they seemed artificial. "It was hers," he said before Catherine could ask. "My wife. My first wife." The word hung in the air between them. Catherine had known he was a widower. The settlement papers had made that clear. But he had never spoken of it, and she had not asked. "She died in childbirth," he continued. his voice careful and distant. 6 years ago, the child as well. I'm sorry. She liked to read poetry aloud, badly. She had no sense of metre whatsoever. He touched one of the blooms with a gentleness that made Catherine's throat tighten. I would give a great deal to hear her mangle Wordsworth one more time. Catherine understood then. The silence, the precision, the careful maintenance of emotional distance. He had loved completely, and it had destroyed him. I will not ask that of you, he said, still not looking at her. I know what our arrangement is. I will not mistake it for something else. But Catherine found that she did not want to be an arrangement. She wanted... what? She hardly knew. Only that the careful distance between them had become unbearable. Edmund, she said, and it was the first time she had used his given name. He turned. Their eyes met. The moment stretched, taut and trembling. Then he stepped back, and the spell broke. Forgive me, he said. I should not have burdened you with this. It is not a burden. Good evening, Catherine. He left her standing among the orchids, her heart beating hard against her ribs, knowing that something had changed irrevocably. The autumn brought frost in the inevitable scandal. Catherine's latest pamphlet, a scathing indictment of inheritance law, had been printed and distributed before Edmund knew of its existence. The response was immediate and vicious. Anonymous letters arrived daily. The vicar called to express his concern. 2 neighbouring families withdrew their invitations. Edmund said nothing. His silence was worse than any rebuke. Catherine told herself she did not care. She had not married for social acceptance. She had married for independence, and independence she had. If her work made her husband uncomfortable, that was his limitation, not hers. But the distance between them grew. He stopped coming to dinner. She stopped visiting the greenhouse. They moved through the house like ghosts, aware of each other but unable or unwilling to speak. October arrived. The trees burned gold and red. Catherine worked with furious energy, writing letters and organising meetings. She told herself she was satisfied. She told herself she had everything she needed. But at night, alone in her rooms, she found herself listening for his footsteps in the hall. The breaking point came on a Tuesday evening in late October. Catherine had been working in the library when she heard voices in the hall, Edmund's low murmur and another man's sharp insistence. She recognised the second voice, Thomas Waverley, Edmund's solicitor and oldest friend. You must speak to her, Waverley was saying. The situation is untenable. She's making you a laughingstock. That is not your concern. Not my concern? Edmund, she is destroying your reputation. You should never have married a woman like that. Opinionated, unwomanly, she... Enough. The single word was quiet but absolute. Catherine froze, her hand on the door. My wife, Edmund continued, writes with clarity and courage on matters that most men are too comfortable to examine. If that makes her unwomanly, then I can only conclude that womanhood has been too narrowly defined. And if it makes me a laughingstock to be married to a woman of intelligence and principle, then I will wear that badge with considerably more pride than I have worn any honour bestowed by men who value reputation over truth. There was a long pause, then Waverley. I see. Forgive me. I had not realised. Good evening, Thomas. Catherine heard the front door close, then silence. She stood in the library, her heart pounding, and understood with sudden clarity that she had been a fool. His silence had not been disapproval. It had been respect. He had given her the freedom to write as she chose, to argue as she believed, and had asked nothing in return except that she allow him the same privacy he afforded her. And she, in her fear of being controlled, had mistaken his restraint for coldness. She found him in the greenhouse, as she knew she would. He was standing before the white orchid, his shoulders tense. I heard, she said. He didn't turn. I apologise. Waverley had no right. Why did you not tell me? Tell you what? That you defended me. That you... She stopped, struggling. That you believed in what I do. Now he did turn. His face was carefully blank. Would it have mattered? Yes, she said, and the word came out fiercer than she intended. Yes, it would have mattered. I believed you disapproved, that you thought me reckless, unwomanly. Something shifted in his expression. Catherine, I have spent 6 years learning to be silent, learning to keep the things I feel locked away where they cannot injure anyone. It has become... He paused, searching for words. It has become the only way I know how to exist. But it injures me, she said quietly. Your silence injures me, because I cannot read your mind, Edmund. I can only guess, and I have been guessing wrong. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were dark with something that might have been pain or might have been hope. What do you want from me? The truth, she said. Just the truth. The truth, Edmund said slowly, is that I married you because I believed we could coexist without complication. 2 people, each with their own pursuits, sharing a household and nothing more. Catherine felt something twist in her chest, but she held his gaze. The truth, he continued, is that within a month I realised I had been catastrophically wrong. You were not uncomplicated. You were infuriating and brilliant and entirely too observant. You asked questions I did not want to answer. You argued positions I knew to be right and made me doubt them anyway. You sat in my greenhouse and wrote words that would change minds, and I found myself watching you instead of my plants. He took a step closer. The air between them seemed to hum. The truth is that I am terrified, because I loved once completely and lost everything, and I swore I would not love again. But Catherine, his voice broke slightly, I find that vows made in grief are easier to speak than to keep. She could not breathe, could not think, could only stand there trembling as he closed the remaining distance between them. I have been silent, he said, because I did not trust myself to speak, because once I began, I feared I would not be able to stop, that I would tell you everything, that I would say it, she whispered. His hand came up to cup her face, his touch gentle and sure. That I love you, that I have loved you since the day you told me my argument about land reform was internally inconsistent and then proceeded to dismantle it point by point. That I love your mind and your courage and the way you refuse to be anything other than exactly who you are. Catherine felt tears on her cheeks and did not care. I thought you married me for order. I married you for order, he agreed. I fell in love with you because you are magnificent chaos barely contained. She laughed, a broken sound, and then his mouth was on hers. The kiss was not gentle. It was 6 months of restraint breaking apart all at once, desperation and relief, and something deeper than either. His hands tangled in her hair. She pulled him closer, needing the solid reality of him, the proof that this was real. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, he pressed his forehead to hers. I should have told you, he said, months ago. I should have... Edmund. Yes? Stop talking. She kissed him again, and this time there was no hesitation, no careful restraint, only the two of them, finally honest, finally free. His hands moved to her waist, steadying her, claiming her. The greenhouse was warm around them, the air thick with the scent of earth and blooming things, and Catherine felt as though she were coming apart and being remade all at once. Catherine, he breathed against her mouth, and the way he said her name, rough with want, tender with wonder, made something inside her dissolve entirely. She pulled back just enough to meet his eyes. They were dark, pupils blown wide, and she saw in them the same desperate need that was coursing through her own veins. Take me inside, she said. Please. He needed no further invitation. His hand found hers, their fingers lacing together with an urgency that belied the careful distance they had maintained for so long. They moved through the darkened house like conspirators, past the library and the drawing room, up the stairs to the west wing where his chambers lay. The door closed behind them with a soft click. For a moment they simply stood there in the lamplight, facing each other. Catherine felt a flutter of nervousness. Not fear, but the profound awareness that this was a threshold from which there would be no return. "Are you certain?" Edmund asked, his voice low. Even now, even with desire written plainly across his face, he was giving her the choice. "I have never been more certain of anything," she said, and reached for the buttons at her collar. His hands covered hers, stilling them. "Let me," he murmured, and there was something in his voice, part request, part command, that made heat pool low in her belly. She let her hands fall away, watched as he undid each button with maddening slowness, his fingers steady despite the tension thrumming through him. The fabric parted, and she felt the cool air on her skin, followed immediately by the warmth of his touch. "You are extraordinary," he said softly, tracing the line of her collarbone. "I have thought so from the first moment I saw you argue with the vicar about tenant rights," she laughed breathlessly. "That is possibly the least romantic declaration I have ever heard. And yet it is the truth." His mouth found the hollow of her neck and she gasped. "I wanted you then. I have wanted you every day since." His words undid her more thoroughly than his hands ever could. Catherine pulled at his coat, his waistcoat, needing the barrier of cloth gone between them. He helped her, shrugging out of the garments with an efficiency that would have been amusing in any other moment. When they finally came together, skin against skin, Catherine felt as though she'd been holding her breath for months and could only now exhale. He was warm and solid and real, and every careful fiction she'd constructed about what their marriage was crumbled to dust. Edmund guided her toward the bed, his movements careful but purposeful. He laid her down as though she were something precious, then stood for a moment simply looking at her. The intensity of his gaze should have made her self-conscious, but instead it made her feel powerful, desired, chosen. "Come here," she said, and he obeyed. The first touch of his bare skin against hers drew a sound from her throat that she had never made before. His weight settled over her, grounding and electrifying all at once. She wrapped her arms around him, drawing him closer still until there was no space left between them. "Catherine," he murmured again, and she realized it was the only word he seemed capable of saying with any coherence. His hands mapped her body with the same careful attention he brought to his plants, learning, discovering, treasuring each response. When his fingers found the place where she ached most, she arched against him with a gasp. The sensation was overwhelming, pleasure so acute it bordered on pain. He watched her face as he touched her, learning what made her breath catch, what made her bite her lip, what made her say his name like a prayer. "Please," she managed, though she was not entirely certain what she was begging for. He understood anyway. His mouth found hers as he positioned himself above her, and when he finally entered her, they both went still. The feeling was foreign and familiar all at once, a joining that felt less like possession and more like completion. There was a moment of adjustment, her body accepting his, and then he began to move, slowly at first, with the same patience he brought to everything. But Catherine found she had no patience left. She lifted her hips to meet his, urging him deeper, faster, until the careful control he prized so highly began to fray. "Catherine!" Her name became a litany, a benediction, a surrender. She felt the tension coiling tighter and tighter within her, pleasure building to an impossible peak. His rhythm grew less measured, more desperate. and she gloried in the knowledge that she had brought him to this, had made him lose the careful restraint that defined him. "Look at me," he commanded, his voice rough. She opened her eyes and found his gaze locked on hers, dark and fierce and utterly present. "I want to see you." The intimacy of it, being seen, truly seen, in this moment of complete vulnerability, was what finally undid her. The pleasure crested and broke, washing through her in waves that left her trembling and gasping his name. She felt him follow moments later, his body shuddering against hers, his face buried in the curve of her neck. For a long moment neither of them moved. Catherine could feel the rapid beat of his heart against her chest, matching the frantic rhythm of her own. His breath was warm on her skin. The weight of him was perfect. Slowly, carefully, he shifted to lie beside her, gathering her against him. His hand traced idle patterns on her shoulder, and she realized with a small shock that he was trembling. "Edmund?" She turned to look at him, concerned. His eyes were bright with unshed tears. "Forgive me," he said quietly. "I had forgotten." He paused, struggling. "I had forgotten what it was to feel this much." Catherine's throat tightened. She touched his face, her thumb brushing away the single tear that had escaped. "There is nothing to forgive," she whispered. "Nothing at all." He caught her hand and pressed a kiss to her palm. "I love you," he said again, and this time the words came easily. "God help me, Catherine. I love you so much it terrifies me." "Then we shall be terrified together," she said, and kissed him softly. "Because I love you too, and I find I have no interest in safety anymore." They lay together in the warm darkness, limbs tangled, barriers finally and irrevocably breached. Outside, the wind moved through the trees. The greenhouse stood silent, its ordered rows bearing witness to the truth Edmund had known all along, that some growth cannot be controlled, only tended, and that love, once rooted, will bloom in its own time. Later, much later, they lay, together in his bed, the moonlight spilling through the windows in silver streams. Catherine's head rested on his chest, and she could hear the steady beat of his heart beneath her ear. "I was afraid," she said quietly. "All my life, I have argued because it was safer than being vulnerable. Easier to fight than to admit I wanted." She stopped. "Wanted what?" His fingers traced slow patterns on her shoulder. "To be chosen. Not for my utility or my silence, but for who I am. All of it. The arguments and the pamphlets and the stubborn refusal to be anything other than myself." He tipped her face up to his. In the moonlight his expression was tender. "Then you were chosen, Catherine. Entirely, irrevocably, with all your magnificent, infuriating, essential self." She kissed him, soft and slow, a promise in the gesture. "And you," she said against his mouth, "are you chosen as well?" "By you?" His smile was slow and real. "Always." Winter settled over Ashwood with unexpected gentleness. Catherine continued to write, and her words continued to provoke. But now, when the inevitable criticism arrived, Edmund read each letter aloud over breakfast, dissecting the arguments with the same precision he applied to botanical taxonomy. Together they composed responses, his measured, hers incendiary, the final version some negotiated middle ground that pleased neither but satisfied both. They didn't become a conventional couple. Edmund still spent hours in the greenhouse, and Catherine still kept irregular hours, writing through the night when inspiration struck. But now he brought her tea at 3 a.m. without comment, and she learned to recognize when his silence meant contemplation rather than distance. The white orchid bloomed in January, its flowers perfect and heartbreaking. Edmund stood before it one evening, Catherine beside him, and said, "She would have liked you, Helen. She would have argued with you constantly, and she would have adored you for it." Catherine took his hand. "Tell me about her." And he did. Not all at once, but gradually over weeks and months. Stories emerged in fragments. Helen's terrible singing voice, her habit of leaving books face down on every surface, the way she cried at weddings but never at funerals. Catherine listened and did not feel threatened, because she understood now. Edmund's capacity to love had not been exhausted. It had simply been waiting for permission to begin again. Spring arrived, and with it, the first signs of new growth in the greenhouse. Edmund was propagating a particularly difficult hybrid when Catherine appeared with a letter in hand. "I've been invited to speak," she said, "in London, at a symposium on legal reform." He looked up, soil on his hands, pride clear in his expression. "When?" "May. 3 weeks in total, possibly 4. Then we should leave in April. You'll need time to prepare, and I have always wanted to show you the botanical gardens at Kew." Catherine blinked. "We?" He set down his trowel and came to her, taking her face in his hands despite the dirt. "Did you imagine I would let you go alone? Catherine, I intend to sit in the front row and watch you dismantle every comfortable assumption in that room. And then I intend to take you to dinner and tell you how magnificent you were." She laughed, sudden and bright. "You'll be bored senseless." "Impossible. I find you endlessly fascinating even when you're wrong." "I am never wrong." "You were wrong about the camellia. You thought it was healthy." "That was observation, not argument. Entirely different category of error." He kissed her, stopping the debate before it could properly begin. When he pulled back, he was smiling, that rare, genuine smile that still made her chest tighten. "I love you," he said simply. The words still felt new, still carried weight, but Catherine no longer feared them. "I love you too," she said, "even though you're impossible." "We're both impossible," he corrected. "It is perhaps our greatest compatibility." That evening, as the light faded to dusk, they worked side by side in the greenhouse. Catherine was proofreading her speech, and Edmund was tending to the new hybrid. The silence between them was comfortable, familiar, full of the 1,000 small intimacies they had built together. Outside, the world continued its complicated turning. There would be more scandals, more arguments, more difficult seasons. But here, in this moment, there was only peace. The silence between vows, Catherine thought, was not emptiness. It was the space where love grew quietly, rooted deep, learning patience, and bloom it would, in its own time, in its own way, irrevocably. The end.